You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Wednesday in Major League Baseball, got a full slate. A lot of afternoon games. We'll keep you updated as the show rolls along. The day slate looks like this. In the National League East, you got the Phillies at the San Francisco Giants. Taijuan Walker versus Ross Stripling. Later on this evening in the NL East, Nats at the Marlins at 6:40. Mackenzie Gore, 3-2 with a 3.29 versus Cabrera, 2-3 with a 5.35. Miami is -115 on the money line, over under 7.5. Tampa Bay Rays back at it with the New York Mets. Fleming with a 4.26 ERA versus Kodai Senga, 4-2 with a 4.14. Mets are -125 on the money line, over under 8.5. And at 8:05 Eastern tonight, the Atlanta Braves will try to take Game 3 in the rubber match. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on YouTube, Braves Country HD. Spencer Strider versus Nathan Eovaldi should be one heck of a showdown. Strider 4-1 with a 2.51 ERA. Eovaldi 5-2 with a 2.7. Eovaldi comes in with 28 consecutive innings, scoreless streak. Atlanta's -155 on the money line. Over-under is 7.5. The afternoon action looks like this. Rich Hill versus E-Rod, 1:10 Eastern. Pirates invade Detroit. Twins are at the Dodgers at 3:10. Sonny Gray versus Dustin May. LA -135, over under 8.5. Reds are at the Rockies. Ashcraft versus Gomber, Cincinnati minus 115 over under 11.5. Nelson and Medina with the Diamondbacks and A's over under 9.5. Arizona's minus 160. The Royals are at the Padres in a getaway day. San Diego minus 305 with Yu Darvish on the hill. Hernandez with the 4.5 ERA for Kansas City. Angels are at the Orioles. Canning and Bradish. Baltimore minus 155 over under is 9. Yankees and Blue Jays. Toronto, Bassett. Yankees, Cole. Should be a great pitching matchup. Minus 115 over under is 8. Mariners are at the Red Sox. Gonzalez 3-0 with a 4.42 versus Bayo 2-1 with a 5.01. Boston minus 130. 9.5 is the over-under. The Brewers are at the Cardinals. Burns 4-2 on the year with a 3.35 versus Liberatore. Milwaukee minus 115. And the Cubs are at the Astros at 8:10. Smiley versus France. Astros minus 170. Over-under is 8.5. Guardians are at the White Sox. Clevenger on the hill for Chicago with a 4.79 ERA. Battenfield on the mound for Cleveland with a 4.45. The over-under is 9. Chicago minus 135 on the money line. And in the NBA playoffs, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Miami Heat are at the Boston Celtics. Boston, an 8-point favorite, over under 211. Jimmy Butler and Jason Tatum showdown. This series went 7 games last year. That also the Eastern Conference Finals. And in the National Hockey League, they'll take the night off. Action resumes tomorrow night in Carolina. Panthers Hurricanes Game 1. The Western Conference will get going on Friday at 8:30, Stars and Golden Knights. That game is in Vegas. Vegas is minus 125 on the money line. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live. Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. What listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country, your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Atlanta Braves need that W tonight. We do not want to go to an off day with it hanging another L. Come on!
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to Braves Country today, and if you're listening on 99.1 FM WQEE, Braves are at the end of a road trip, about to have one hell of a homestand, and if you are watching on Braves Country on Braves Country HD on YouTube, we've got the Game 3 tonight, and looking forward to that. Tones is going to join us for the broadcast. So a little bit of a different flair. What I noticed today is that Mike Soroka pitched today down in Gwinnett, or for Gwinnett. They're actually playing in Memphis today. And it was on MLB TV. Caught a little bit of it. As far as the score goes, they've only given up the 1 run. His numbers look like this. He allowed 1 run in the first inning, and then after that, all in all, 4 2/3, 83 pitches, 5 strikeouts, 51 strikes on 83 pitches thrown. And see what else? 1 walk and 1 earned run and 2 hits allowed. So probably his best outing. I'm going to say this because I think it's obvious when you watch Soroka, especially because when you haven't seen him in years, he's got a little heavy. He's a little heavier than what we remember Mike Soroka. Mike Soroka was always a lean machine. So I'm sure some of that is just age, getting older. We all get a little heavier, but hopefully it's a good heavy. Hopefully it's more muscle than anything else, because he always had the strong legs, but he looks a little heavier. But this is encouraging news. I would be shocked if they're going to jam him up there, jam him up in the A gap, as they say. I would be surprised if they're going to force him into a start into the major leagues this quickly. Not that he hasn't had enough opportunities down there, but you notice, okay, this is the longest outing I've seen him go as far as pitch wise, 83 pitches. He's typically getting pulled out around 70 pitches. And what that is suggesting, it's not necessarily, 100%, but what it's suggesting to me is that they're slowly trying to build him up because they have a plan on when they would actually put him in the starting rotation. And I've been saying all along, I didn't think that he would get there till June or July. We're getting closer to June than you realize. What is today? The 17th? So I could foresee Mike Soroka at this point making his major league reappearance. Not really a debut, but it feels like a debut because he hasn't played for so long. But I could see him make an appearance, his reappearance, his first debut. To me, it's 2019. I understand that he pitched a few innings in 2020, but to me, it feels like it's been 2019. It feels like he wasn't even a part of that 2020 team. So 5 seasons. I could see it happening in that homestand. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but you're talking about in that homestand. We start that Friday, and it is we're going to go Friday to Sunday. So that, and there's no days off. So Friday to Sunday, that's what, an 10-game homestand. And then immediately go out on the road on that Monday, which happens to be Memorial Day. So 13 consecutive games, 10 of which are at home. They could play that a number of different ways. They could say, hey, we want your debut to be at home in front of the home crowd. Or B, they could say, we want to take a little bit of stress off of you, and we want you to have your debut be in Oakland against, if you can pick your spot for a guy to come back for the first time in 4 to 5 years, depending on how you look at it, I really feel like in Oakland on the road where there's like 13 fans in the stands, it's going to feel like a spring training game anyways, is a much more fortuitous spot to put Soroka in, unless you are just that convinced it's go time. And if you're that convinced it's go time, then okay, fair enough. But we're about to play Seattle He just pitched with this is a Wednesday. The earliest he could come back is Monday, right? Monday's against the Dodgers. You want to put him against the Dodgers, you're just setting him up for a roller coaster. And then after the Dodgers series, you're talking about the Phillies. And the Phillies, I don't know if that's where you want him at. If you let him have the rest of the week off, pitch early next week, let's say they wait till next Wednesday, but you could do Tuesday. Typically, I haven't looked at the Striper schedule, but typically nowadays what they do with minor league baseball to prevent all the traveling, they now do 5-game homestands Tuesday through Sunday. And you could do next Tuesday, which would give him an extra day of rest to come in on that Monday. I damn sure don't want to pitch him on Tuesday and have his first game to be against the Phillies on Sunday Night Baseball. Are you out of your mind? Yeah, it seems great and it'd be fun to watch as a fan, but man, that could be a disaster. The other thing is AJ Smith-Shawver, since the last time I talked to you, if you didn't catch the game last night, he has been promoted to AAA. He has been escalating up the minor league ranks because Shawver has a 0.00 ERA, a 0.86 whip. He's 20 years old. That's in single and double A combined. He's not giving up an earned run. And he's already 20 years old being sent to AAA. The youngest player in AAA right now, youngest pitcher, and he is skyrocketing. So keep an eye on that. Not saying he's going to come in the next week or so, but you do wonder why they moved him up that quickly, unless the only explanation is they're moving him up quickly to get him ready. That's also going to open up a spot for someone down in AAA to bounce upwards, and that could be Soroka. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get in to Braves-Rangers, what we saw last night, and what to expect tonight is a great pitching matchup, an outstanding pitching matchup. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD on YouTube and Braves Country Today, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Is that your thing? You come into a bar, you read some obscure passage, and then pretend you pawn it off as your own idea just to impress some girls? Embarrass my friend? See, the sad thing about a guy like you is in 50 years, you're going to start doing some thinking on your own, and you're going to come up with the fact that there are two certainties in life. One, don't do that. And two, you dropped $150,000 on an education you could have got for $1.50 in late charges at the public library.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the school ball in all of us.
Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Now, we'll all calm down. Boss, he's just a little excited. I know. I'm going to use good judgment. I haven't lost my temper in 40 years. But, Pilgrim, you caused a lot of trouble this morning. Might have got somebody killed. And somebody ought to belt you in the mouth. But I won't. The hell I will.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
You're in Braves country.
Braves country, let's get ready for game number 3 as your Atlanta Braves still have a chance to win this series. Took one on the chin last night. We'll go through that here in a second. But, you know, when it's all said and done, when you look at the entire performance, Jared Schuster didn't pitch that bad. He really didn't. Jared Schuster went out there and kind of did what you wanted, what you would ever ask of a rookie to come up in a tough spot to do. He went 5 innings, 3 earned runs. And because we become overly critical and overly emotional with game in and game out, and because he gave up the home run, and because they all came in that one inning, it felt like it all unraveled, right? But all in all, Jared Schuster played pretty good baseball. So what you really have to look at, because we did go out there and score 4 runs, the bullpen let us down again. And this is becoming a theme here recently. I don't think it's anything permanent. I think it's something that they're just going through a funk. Dylan Lee gave up the 2 runs. Jimenez, look, when Jimenez comes in, I'm not going to be critical of Jimenez. Jimenez is there to do what he does, which is eat an inning or so. He gave us 1 2/3. And actually pitched okay. He did give a 1 earned run, but all in all, Jimenez pitched okay. Jimenez has an electric fastball, and that's about it. And from time to time, you'll notice his command not be the best. But when he is dotting him, he's very good. And maybe the Braves can get him to another level later in the season. Even though he's been in the majors for a hot minute, so this is our first time with Jimenez. So you got to believe that the Braves pitching staff, they see that fastball. I mean, he was dotting at 96, 97, 95 regularly. The problem is he's not consistent enough with the ball, with his pitches. But when he comes in, he's not being asked to close the game. He's being asked to put in difficult spot. And you hated the fact that he gave up that run after we had climbed back to a 2-run deficit. For folks that missed the game, the Braves at the time trailed 6-2 and scored 3 runs in the top of the 8th, 2-run home run by Murphy that barely got over the wall, but it got over the wall. And all of a sudden, we had a brand new game. Acuna, another home run. That was a blast. I wish they gave you extra runs, extra points, however you want to word it, for how far the damn ball goes, because when Acuna hits it, it goes. With that being said, Murphy's home run would have barely been a run. I mean, it just got over the wall. But the offense played okay. You might have wanted a few more extra runs, but look, Dunning's pitched well this year. I still think he's a guy that's not going to be able to keep that up all year long, but as of right now, he's pitching well. He gave up, 1 earned run, 6 innings, 4 Ks, no walks. The no walks is the big thing. If you can keep the walks off, you can usually keep runs off the scoreboard. And we lose. It feels worse because we're just come off that sweep. We just came off that 4-game losing streak. So we've lost 5 of the last 6. But in this series, it's still 1-1, and we're going into game number 3 with a chance to win this series. The one thing that drove me up the wall more than anything else, forget our bullpen spit in the bed, is when Will Smith comes in and slams the door on you. When Will Smith slams the door on you, when we saw Will Smith not be able to find the plate last year, it's why they sent him on his merry way. If Will Smith would have looked anything like that, he would still be in a Braves uniform. You hated that was the one thing that I said during the broadcast. I said, I don't want to see Will Smith come in here and have a years. But anyways, you just kind of have to turn the page on that game. Tough loss. Dylan Lee, maybe when Lee comes in like that, maybe you don't ask him to go out and do 2 innings. Because the first inning that he came out and pitched was a clean inning. But what they did was the last 3 innings of work, they asked 2 relievers to share it. And they're doing that a lot recently. A lot of it has to do with the fact that they've decided to go with this 4-man rotation, essentially, and then do the bullpen games. And then now we're bringing up a rookie to spell the 5th game. I said 4. It's been a 3-man rotation if you don't count Schuster's start, which I don't, because I count that as almost like a spot start. You're going to get these spot starts from Schuster and Dodd over the next couple of months. Maybe even we'll see Soroka. People keep beating that drum. Right now, you can't put him in that conversation. I brought this up on the broadcast last night. Shawver, AJ Smith-Shawver was promoted to the AAA affiliate, Stripers. Shawver, in the full season this year in single A and double A, he's only had 1 or 2 starts in double A. He hasn't been there long. A 0.00 ERA, a 0.86 whip. He is 20 years old. Now, I suspect he's going to have some growing pains up in AAA. We'll see how long that goes. But the fact that they decided to go ahead and put him up there tells you that they have thoughts of possibly Well, the possibility of him being up with the big club later in the year. Now, I think they want to see a fairly good sample size, so they just throw him to the wolves in the major leagues. But I think they're trying to get him seasoned in case there's another injury. Because if we get another injury to our pitching staff, to the starting pitching staff, it's going to be all hands on deck. Right now, for argument's sake, we have a 3-man rotation. We came into this season feeling like that was the strength, the depth of our pitching rotation. Kyle Wright's on the 60-day DL. I don't suspect Max Fried will be back until best case scenario late June. So you put all that in a nutshell, we're rolling with 3 starting pitchers, and only 2 of them were on the opening day roster. This almost feels like the World Series run, and I'm not talking about the regular season run. I'm talking about when we were playing 2 games and then a day off, 3 games and then a day off. We're having to go, beginning Friday, we're going to go on a stint where it's, 13 days in a row, 13 games in a row, and you only have 3 starters. But Schuster, I felt like pitched okay. And you know what this is? This is normal for the rest of Major League Baseball. Believe it or not, this is normal. And the reason why I say that to you is because most teams go through this. Most teams go into the season with going, man, we got like 2 good pitchers, and the rest is going to be a crapshoot. Maybe 3. I don't know. But at this point, we've got a very good, what I would consider at this point, our ace in Spencer Strider. He goes tonight, and that's what we're going to focus on tonight's game. We've got a hell of a veteran in Charlie Morton, but he's also in his late 30s too. You know, we talk about Verlander, we talk about Scherzer. He's in his late 30s, so you worry about the wear and tear on him. Not even necessarily getting injured, but how many innings can you put on that arm and then expect him to be effective come the playoff push and into October? And then you got Bryce Elder, who's been pitching well. Don't get me wrong, but he's young. And he's going to go out there and lay an egg every once in a while. And so those are our 3 horses right now. Jared Schuster, I thought, pitched a very good game. All right, let's go into tonight's action. Tonight's game scheduled to be one heck of a pitching matchup. You've got Spencer Strider versus Eovaldi. Let's do Strider first with the 4-1 record, the 2.51 ERA, the .92 WHIP. Everybody knows that he's got the electric fastball. I mean, his numbers are off the charts when you look at the fact 46 innings pitched. 46. Oh, and 2/3. Excuse me. 46 and 2/3 innings pitched. 79 strikeouts. For a starting pitcher to have those kinds of numbers, I mean, that's creeping up on 2 strikeouts an inning. If you break it down, it's a little over 1.5. But anyway you slice it, those aren't starting pitching numbers. Those are bullpen type numbers. Those are the type of numbers that a guy ends up with 80 innings pitched throughout the season, and he ends up with 115, 120 strikeouts, and he leads the league in saves. That's how dominant Spencer Strider is. and you look at his last 5 outings. I think that's a pretty good sample size. He went 6 and shut out the Padres, 9 strikeouts. He went 8 and shut out the Marlins, 13 strikeouts. That was a phenomenal game. Then he went up against the Mets. The Mets get to him. They just do. They are his kryptonite. We won the game, but 9-8, 5 and 4 earned runs. He did get the 8 strikeouts, but they know how to work his pitch count because that's what the Mets do, and the Mets don't strike out a whole lot. They don't have a great offense, but they know how to work Strider because Strider will sit there and try to blow you away, and they'll sit there and just dink, 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 and keep tapping the ball foul to drive up his pitch count. So that was his worst outing, but they've seen him a ton compared to all the others. Baltimore, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 10 strikeouts. Those first 4, I mentioned, by the way, all of them were wins. Last time out against the Blue Jays, well, we know what happened there because we didn't win one of those games. He lost, but he pitched pretty well. 12 strikeouts in 6 2/3, first of all. Only gave up 1 earned run. 2 runs were scored because of the goofy error that happened in that game. He walked 1. But when you look at, so what I mentioned was the strikeouts since April 18th were 9, 13, 8, 10, and 12. The walks, 3, 0, 3, 0, and 1. And if he gets those walks down, the league's in trouble. The league is going to be in trouble if he gets those walks down. Earlier in the season, it was pretty much a given that he was going to walk 3, strike out 9, and you'll still take that ratio because when he walks a guy down to first with 1 out, there's a good chance he's striking out one of the next 2, which means someone's going to have to put the bat on the ball and drive it a ways to score that guy on first. So you'll live with the walks. He still has a very good ratio. 79 strikeouts, 15 walks. And just 28 hits allowed. So that's Strider. I think most of us are really familiar with him. If you're not a Spencer Strider fan, I don't know what to tell you. You're not a Braves fan. Spencer Strider night is a special night every week. For me, at least, as a fan. I look forward to his starts. Just like when he's healthy, I look forward to Max Fried starts. I actually really enjoy the Charlie Morton starts when he's dealing. You just never know what you're going to get with Charlie Morton. Sometimes he goes out there, his mechanics aren't there, and he's hitting guys. But all in all, I really love watching Charlie Morton carve folks up with that curveball. And still in his late 30s, averages the highest fastball for a starter. At 96 miles an hour? The other night, I think it was 96.2, 96.3. Now, Nathan Eovaldi, we got us a tough customer tonight. This is not a gimme. We're going to roll Strider out there. We're going to win the series, and let's go pack up and let's get back to Atlanta, and everything's going to be hunky-dory. That's not what's going on here, guys. Nathan Eovaldi, you're going to look at the 5-2, 2.7. You're like, man, that's pretty good. 0.99 whip, man, that's pretty good. That's for the season. This is what he has done his last 3 starts against the New York Yankees, the Los Angeles Angels, who can score with the best of them, and then the Oakland A's. We know that the Oakland A's are a AAA affiliate of the Atlanta Braves at this point. Maybe even AA. We should really see if we can go pick their pockets clean for another starting pitcher. But this is what Nathan Eovaldi has done. Listen to this. His last time out, 8 2/3, almost a complete game, 12 strikeouts. Threw 113 pitches. The time before that, 107 pitches, 8 innings, 5 strikeouts. No earned runs on either one of those. It's like, man, 16 2/3 with no earned runs. Wow, that's impressive. The game before that, a complete game shutout of the New York Yankees, striking them out 8 times, no walks, just 3 hits allowed on 113 pitches. So you sit there and you hope, against hope, that with him throwing 113 pitches last time out, maybe he's going to struggle the next time out, but that doesn't appear to be the case because he did it with the Yankees, the exact number 113, and he came out the next time and pitched 8 scoreless, the 107. So right now, his scoreless streak is at 27, 28 innings. Scoreless. The time before that, he went up against the Reds, and he struggled at the beginning. He shut it down afterwards, so his line is not impressive, but that's where the shutout began. His line was 6, 3 earned, 7 Ks, a walk. The time before then, he went 6, just gave up 2, 5 Ks and a walk. And that's probably as far back as you want to go because that's a month back. Before that, the beginning of the season, he was scuffling a little bit, but since then, it's been money. I mean, at one point, his ERA was at 6.32 at the very beginning of the season. He's got it all the way down to 2.7. So that tells you how dominant he's been and how the Braves are going to. There's a couple of things you're going to have to look at here. A, you can go with a couple of options. A, you try to ambush them, which the Braves try to do a lot. I won't say 9 times out of 10. That's an exaggeration. 6 to 7 times out of 10, that backfires, and the starting pitcher ends up getting really deep into the game. Or you try to eat pitches, and he's been so dominant, you're not going to get many runs to start the game, right? And when you look at it that way, you might be able to get him out of the game by the 7th or so, 6th or 7th, because he is still throwing well over 100 pitches. So it's not like you're just going to get him out in the 4th. It'll be interesting to see what their game plan is. I think the Braves will probably just do what they normally do, and that is they're going to be first pitch fastball hunting. If they can connect, that's the way they'll get to Eovaldi. If not, we're in for a long night of not scoring. It could be a real short night if Strider's dealing and Eovaldi's dealing. We might be out of this game win, lose, or draw in 2 hours and 5 minutes. It could fly by. So get all your snacks ready and ready to roll. You don't want to be taking a long break in between innings. I'll come back in. You if you get up to get a beer or a soda, whatever your preference, or go get you a bag of chips, you might miss 2 innings. That's how quick this game could go. With Eovaldi, and honestly, with Eovaldi on the mound, I don't even realistically have an opinion on this one. It wouldn't really bother me if they went out there and tried to ambush. Normally I say, hey, go out there and try to run the pitch count up, but he's been so damn good, he's probably going to get through 6 or 7 anyways. So maybe your best bet is to try to ambush him early in the game. The few games that he has struggled in earlier in the year, it's been with the command at the beginning of the game. Teams have gotten to him early. So you look at way back beginning of the year when he gave up 2 to Kansas City, both runs were scored in the first few innings. You look at when he was in Cincinnati and he gave up 4 in the first 3. You look at after that, that's when he went on his tear. So, and realize this too, that he was banged up at the beginning of the spring, so he's just now getting into form. So the times that they have gotten to him, and really you just it's a very small sample size. It's the first 2 of the year, or the first 2 prior to the run. Even if you go back to the very beginning of the season, when he came in against the Phillies, his very first start, he gave up 3 earned runs to Philadelphia, and that they got to him in the 4th. When you go off of that, and then you go to the start against the Cubs, where he only gave up 2, by the way. It's not like he gave up a bunch, but he gave up 2 to the Cubs. That was early on. And so I guess the theory would be, and you hear this a lot with starting pitchers, especially the elite ones, if you're going to get to them, you better get to them early, because then they get rolling. Where we've seen that backfire us in the most recent, I'm just going to go back to the Chris Bassett game on Friday night. We were trying to ambush him, and he was dealing, and next thing you know, he's got a complete game shutout, and we're walking out of the building losers 3-0. And that's what you worry about, is that you get too aggressive, and a crafty veteran like him is going to take advantage of it. So, pick to click tonight against Nathan Eovaldi. That's a tough one. But I think the guy that I'm going to go to click with is, how about Strider goes out and pitches a great game? I don't even think that's going out on a limb. That's going to be a given, right? We hope. I'm going to go with the guy that'll be the player of the game, will be Raisel Iglesias. That'll come in and slam the door. I believe Iglesias is going to get back on track. Hopefully tonight is when he does. He comes in, slams the door, and the Braves win game number 3, and they win the series. They get the rubber match. We go home. We're off on Thursday. We get back on Friday to Truist Park. And at that point, we can get ready for a long stretch of games and a tough homestand, along with going back on the road right after that. I know I've talked about this a little bit, but coming up on the Braves schedule, we got a tough stretch after we get the day off tomorrow. We've got a 11-game homestand and no days off. We're going to try to bring you most of those games. We're bringing you the Friday night game. The Saturday game's on Fox, so we don't tend to get a whole lot of interaction. But what we are going to experiment with, and if it's a flop, it's a flop. We're going to experiment with putting the feed up. So if folks want to chat that are normally in the chat room, because I know folks like to have a cold one and chat during the game, we're just going to put the box score up and have it run. And I might even join you in the chat but we're not going to do the broadcast on Saturday, and we're just going to see how it goes. But we're going to bring the Dodgers series to you. We're going to bring most of the Philadelphia series to you, even though that's taking place on Memorial Day weekend. And then, so those are the 11 games in a row. And then we have to go again out to Oakland on Memorial Day. That starts a 3-game series before we finally get another day off. June 1st will be the first day off for the Atlanta Braves So we'll have the 18th of May and June 1st. Wow. That is a rough one. And doing all this with essentially 3 starting pitchers. That is a rough one. And I don't remember in years past having so few days off to start the season. This is really starting to mount up, and the Braves are going to have to get creative with who they turn to. That's just a fact. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, got a lot more to get into, including what happened in Toronto last night and the video that's out there circulating and what was actually said from the dugout. There's been a couple opinions. I think they're wrong. I think the initial, you know the old saying, your first guess is your best guess. I think the first guess was right, and we're going to get into that and a lot more when we come back here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Game 3 on the way. All right, let's go.
Now, I'm not saying I've never driven drunk, because I've drank so much in my life. Now on the back of my driver's license, there's a list of organs I need.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done.
We are the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I was on Happy Days for 10 years. I committed hubris. I thought not that I was great, but that it was such a big show and it was so international. It was everywhere that I was going to go from mountaintop to mountaintop. I was going to beat the system.
Yep.
I looked down and there were grass stains on the knees of my jeans. It was very difficult to get hired as an actor. And I had no plan B. I had no idea how or what to do next.
Was the show being so syndicated everywhere on all the time, was that a reminder?
No, they did a good job of reminding me all on their own.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Sorry about that for 1 second. I'm trying to get the lineup is out, and I'm trying to get it up on the screen real quick. Just bear with me 1 second. As here we go. All right, the Atlanta Braves lineup is out. The lineup for Texas isn't out yet. It hasn't really changed, but something I'm not really concerned with the Texas lineup, to be honest with you, because we almost got the exact same lineup back-to-back nights. I'm kind of expecting something a little similar. They might give a guy here or there a day off, but other than that, so you see where Ronald Acuna Jr. is leading off and Olsen is batting second, Ozzie third. That's the same as yesterday. The difference is, this is the big difference. When we've got Ozzie sitting there at the left side of the left side of the batter's box. We've seen them move him up when he's on the right side, but tonight a right-hander's on the mound, so Ozzie is batting third. They're going to play with that. Murphy is getting the night off, as you can see. Much needed night off. I mean, that guy is absolutely above and beyond performing. Zoom this in just a little better so you can see it. Everybody knows Strider's pitching, so you don't really need to see Strider. And for the folks riding down the road that can't see, don't worry. I'm going to spew it off to you real quick. You got Acuna leading off, Olsen. They're both playing right and first as normal. Ozzie's batting third and playing second, normal. Riley will continue in the cleanup spot. And what it tells you really is that at one point they expected him to be the one to have the monster year, because that's who you put in the 3-hole. And now if it's a lefty, they want Murphy. If it's a righty, excuse me, backwards. If it's a lefty, they want Ozzie. If it's a righty, if Murphy's not in the lineup, it looks like they're going to go with Ozzie. Hot bat right now. He's batting okay from the left side. Sometimes he goes through long slumps on the left side, but right now he's actually hitting pretty well. Then after Riley, you got Rosario on the left, number 5 slot playing left, and Travis d'Arnaud, is catching tonight, and he's batting 6th. Ozuna 7th in the DH spot. Arcia 8th, and finally they put Michael Harris down in the 9-hole, like I've been asking, because unless he starts to tear it up, he needs to be in the 9 slot so he sees better pitches in front of Acuna. I know I've gone over that 100 times, so I won't go through that again, but I am glad to see him there. I'm excited to see what that does, how that plays out for tonight. So it'll be Harris, and standing on deck when Harris is there is going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. So he should see some fastballs. Now, with Eovaldi, you may not see an immediate dividends paid because Eovaldi's been so darn good. But Eovaldi, if they're going to get to him, they're going to need all the bats they can tonight. And I think it's a very good idea, by the way. You hate taking Murphy's bat out of the lineup. I get it. But if you're going to give him a day off, fantastic idea to give him the day off before a day off, because then you give him 2 days off and really get him refreshed, because we're about to have a long stint here with 11 days. And I don't know how many games they're expecting him to play in that 11-game span where it's back to back to back to back to back. I'm sorry, 13-day span. 10-game homestand, 13 altogether. But I would think d'Arnaud's going to get some plate action at least 3 times, maybe even 4 or 5, depending, and just kind of see how it goes on. So did you see this thing with the Yankees? It's over the whole Judge controversy, still spilling over into the next game. I still can't believe Toronto didn't plunk him. And I'm still going to say it. They should have plunked him. Now, the pitcher, Jackson, came out and said, well, he thinks he was tipping his pitches, et cetera, et cetera. But you're just giving him a pass. He's still doing it's not cheating per se. It's not what the Astros were doing, right? But it's still dirty pool. And the way baseball's always governed itself for decades, you can almost say centuries, baseball's always governed itself by you sneaking a peek, we're going to send a message. As far as I know, Toronto didn't do it. I had it playing the same time as the Braves game. I kept looking over every time Judge would come up. I never saw it. And Judge, by the way, hit another home run. But the controversy comes from where, hey, first of all, isn't this funny? Another New York pitcher, this time it's a Yankee, gets busted. He's got the pine tar on him, right? It's all over his damn pants. So he gets tossed. Domingo Germán, the starting pitcher for the Yankees. But also, right after the manager of Toronto talks to the umpires, and what he was saying was, I want the Yankee base coaches in the coach's box. And the coach's boxes are sitting there for a reason. There's a reason why they're so far away and off to the side, so they can't look inside and see what the pitch is coming, right? And so the Yankees were getting into it with the umpires about it because they were governing them. And eventually you see the Toronto manager, his name's slipping on my mind right now, but anyways, he yells out, and you can read his lips. He goes, he goes, shut your fat ass up, or shut up fat ass, or something to that accord. Now, what was funny is that John Boy Media came, he always breaks on these videos and goes into, does like Zapruder film type stuff. Some people really get into that, and I get it. But he comes out and says, no, he said frat boy. No, he didn't. No, I'm sorry. It was fat boy. That's what it was fat boy. I misspoke a second ago. It wasn't frat boy. You could read his lips. I don't know where John Boy's getting this. I don't know if he was getting something from saying this. If he hated fraternity boys, or I don't know what it was about. But you can read it plain as day. It's fat boy. And why would he be calling a major league manager, major league coach, a frat boy? That just the whole context made no sense. It was fat boy. He was calling fat. Now, I'm not 100% sure who he was calling fat boy. And it's very ironic because Toronto's manager is a fat boy. But the irony is there. All right, we got to take a quick break. And when we come back, the fat boys will be back. We'll be back here in a flash here on Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Wednesday in Major League Baseball, got a full slate. A lot of afternoon games. We'll keep you updated as the show rolls along. The day slate looks like this. In the National League East, you got the Phillies at the San Francisco Giants, Taijuan Walker versus Ross Stripling. Later on this evening in the NL East, Nats at the Marlins at 6:40. Mackenzie Gore, 3-2 with a 3.29 versus Cabrera, 2-3 with a 5.35. Miami is -115 on the money line, over under 7.5. Tampa Bay Rays back at it with the New York Mets. Fleming with a 4.26 ERA versus Kodai Senga, 4-2 with a 4.14. Mets are -125 on the money line, over under 8.5. And at 8:05 Eastern tonight, the Atlanta Braves will try to take Game 3 in the rubber match. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on YouTube, Braves Country HD. Spencer Strider versus Nathan Eovaldi should be one heck of a showdown. Strider 4-1 with a 2.51 ERA. Eovaldi 5-2 with a 2.7. Eovaldi comes in with 28 consecutive innings, scoreless streak. Atlanta's -155 on the money line, over under is 7.5. The afternoon action looks like this. Rich Hill versus E-Rod, 1:10 Eastern. Pirates invade Detroit. Twins are at the Dodgers at 3:10. Sonny Gray versus Dustin May. LA -135, over under 8.5. Reds are at the Rockies. Ashcraft versus Gomber, Cincinnati minus 115 over under 11.5. Nelson and Medina with the Diamondbacks and A's over under 9.5. Arizona's minus 160. The Royals are at the Padres in a getaway day. San Diego minus 305 with Yu Darvish on the hill. Hernandez with the 4.5 ERA for Kansas City. Angels are at the Orioles. Canning and Bradish. Baltimore minus 155 over under is 9. Yankees and Blue Jays. Toronto, Bassett. Yankees, Cole. Should be a great pitching matchup. Minus 115 over under is 8. Mariners are at the Red Sox. Gonzalez 3-0 with a 4.42 versus Bayo 2-1 with a 5.01. Boston minus 130. 9.5 is the over-under. The Brewers are at the Cardinals. Burns 4-2 on the year with a 3.35 versus Liberatore. Milwaukee minus 115. And the Cubs are at the Astros at 8:10. Smiley versus France. Astros minus 170. Over under is 8.5. Guardians are at the White Sox. Clevenger on the hill for Chicago with a 4.79 ERA. Battenfield on the mound for Cleveland with a 4.45. The over-under is 9. Chicago minus 135 on the money line. And in the NBA playoffs, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Miami Heat are at the Boston Celtics. Boston, an 8-point favorite, over under 211. Jimmy Butler and Jason Tatum showdown. This series went 7 games last year. That also the Eastern Conference Finals. And in the National Hockey League, they'll take the night off. Action resumes tomorrow night in Carolina. Panthers Hurricanes, Game 1. The Western Conference will get going on Friday at 8:30, Stars and Golden Knights. That game is in Vegas. Vegas is minus 125 on the money line. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/at Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You smiling?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Yes.
You sure? You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Not anymore, though, is it? Is it?
No, not about
No, it's not fun anymore. Not even a little bit.
Welcome back. Hour number 2. And with us is our big Red Sox Nation guy, Sergeant Timus Wooten, U.S. Army. Sarge, how are you, sir? You know, have had a hard time.
I'm doing pretty good considering we.
What's that again? Sorry. I think he's having a hard time with his.
I said I'm doing pretty well, which is more than I can say for my Sox.
I think you're having an issue with your internet. Your blurring can come in and out. You know, this goes back to years ago when he and I worked together. You have to be accessible. So we'll have to wait to see if he comes. All right, he's starting to move around. What did you do? Downgrade your Wi-Fi from last week? Oh, you're killing me.
No, I upgraded it, but give me a second. I'm on it.
All right. If you say so. All right. Real quick, want to give a update. The Reds lead the Rockies 2-0. That game is in the 4th. And it's scoreless in San Fran, Philadelphia, and the Giants. But the Giants are threatening as we wait for Sarge to come back on. I'm going to try to share the actual scoreboard. So I feel like I've had the yeah, there we go. We've had the lineup up there long enough. So I'm going to go ahead and put the actual live scoreboard on there so folks can see what's going on in Major League Baseball this afternoon. And there you go. So you got a few games going on there. I'm pretty sure that the Pirates went on to win that. They were beating the snot out of 8-0. Pirates beat the Tigers 8-0, and Twins Dodgers 1-1. Diamondbacks lead the A's 1-0, and Reds Rockies 2-0. Like I said, the bases are loaded. I think the Giants just got a base hit too. Looking at the yep, they did. It's 2-0 Giants. So we like that so far. That's in the first inning. Taiwan Walker's on the hill. Kind of expected that. That was one of the bets that I took today was the Giants over. They were sitting at 4. So Sarge is getting back into the stream. I'm going to try to add him in and maybe this is a little better connection. How are you?
That better?
Yeah.
All right.
You have to be accessible.
Accessible. Well, I could explain to you what happened, but I'm not sure I know. So, but we're living and breathing now.
All of a flute in band camp.
Yeah. Whew. That was stressful.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I see the comment underwater. Yeah, I'm on the fence with them. Basically, with the John Boy stuff, I'll if I see that he's got a video that's worth watching, that's probably not the best way to say it, but basically something that I'm particularly interested in, I'll give it a go. But I come across his videos all the time on social media, and it's probably just because I haven't watched a whole lot of his stuff. First of all, I come on a lot of his stuff that's really outdated. So I don't know if he's releasing this or I'm just coming across it years later. Like especially like on TikTok, I'll see a John Boy Media film come across on his TikTok, and it'll be something from 3 years ago. And I'm like, is this recent? There was a couple that were released recently and that they were going back to looking at stuff from a long time ago. And I'm like, all right, man, whatever. But other than that, I mean, I don't necessarily dislike him. I just, with some of his stuff, I know what he's doing. He's trying to make it viral or whatnot. But he was saying Fat Boy. Did you see this, T? The Yankees and Blue Jays game last night with the Fat Boy thing?
No.
Oh man! So I'm pretty sure he was talking to you, but it was the. I'm messing with you. It's the. Pretty sure he was calling the whole show Fat Boy. You talking to me? No, it was. So you saw the thing with Judge right the night before.
Yeah.
And the short of it was, I'll cut to the cliff notes because I talked about it last hour. Basically, when he went out to hand the lineup card to the umpires, which he normally does not do.
Mm-hmm.
What is his name? Schneider? It's something like that. The manager of the Blue Jays. I don't know. I'll look it up in a second. But he does not normally. He sends a coach out there to do it. But he went out there because he told the umpires to keep an eye on the Yankees coaches and make sure they stayed in the box, because he believes that they were getting the sign because they were leaning out of the box. There's some video on that, which, he's kind of right. And you should have to be in the box. I do agree with that whole thing. I mean, if you don't have to be in the coach's box, then why the hell did they ever paint those things there? Right. If you're going to have them, let's abide by them. But after he did that, one of the Yankees coaches, the first base coach, I can't think of his name. He couldn't have been calling him Fat Boy because he's jacked. Whoever this guy is, he's jacked. Like he's so in shape, I don't think he ever played a sport. Like, because he wouldn't have had time. It's like, why don't you go out there and tackle somebody? Dude, I have got a regimen. I got no time to play your fancy little, tackle football games. So while this is going on, someone from the Yankees dugout, was barking back and saying, basically get off him. What's the big deal? And while he was doing that, that's when Schneider, I think that's his name, the coach for the Blue Jays, yelled out, you could read it plain as day, goes, just shut up, fat boy, just shut up.
Wow.
So that video went viral because you could see it plain as day. Now, John Boy tried to come back and say, I don't know if you're familiar with John Boy Media, but he tried to come back and say that he was saying frat boy, which made no sense. And I went back and watched the video like 3 times. Like, there's no way he was saying frat boy. First of all, the context makes 0 sense unless they were both in a rival fraternities when they were 18, and this has been bubbling over for 27 years, right? So that made no sense, but not to mention, you can tell when a guy's going fa and fur, right? You can just tell plain as day. The irony of the whole thing, if you're familiar with the manager of the Blue Jays, he's a fat boy. So that's the irony of the whole damn thing. I don't think he was talking to Boone, because Boone didn't have much of a reaction, right? And Boone's not fat to begin with.
Mm-mm.
But I don't know who he was talking in the Yankees dugout, but he told somebody, shut up, fat boy. And I was listening to New York radio this morning. They were all trying to figure it out, and they were trying to basically comb through the roster. I don't know the Yankees roster well enough to know who fat, who not fat. I don't want to play that game for the next hour. Let's get up the entire roster and go, who's fat, who's not fat, right? But that's what was going on, and it continues tonight. That's becoming a very entertaining series. Normally, fans get just engrossed into their team, right? And you don't really watch what's going on because you're so engulfed into your team. But man, I can't keep my eyes off this damn series. I want to see a fight. All right, I'm done. What say you?
Last time we had a really good dust up on the baseball field.
We almost got one in Colorado with the Phillies last week, but that was, I feel like that was fake bravado. Because if you saw that, I felt like Bryce Harper did a whole lot of hold me back. And then once they held him back, he goes, I'm going to kick your butt. Blah, 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 blah. But before that, he wasn't doing a whole lot of gyrate. He had a clear path to the pitcher that he wanted to fight. And it wasn't until the catcher got in between that he said, oh, now I'm really mad. So
I see.
The last real good dust up that I remember was the one where Amir Garrett goes into the dugout of the Pirates. He was on the Reds, and he goes into the dugout of the Pirates and fights the entire dugout.
Well, you got some big weight. You're going to go into the opposing team's dugout by yourself.
Well, he's a big boy. He's around 6'7".
Yeah, but he ain't dugout big. I mean, there's like 6
damn near.
Dugout.
Think of Aroldis Chapman, but a little more angry. That's who he is. And by the way, now they're teammates. So we might get us a real good brouhaha in Kansas City.
I don't know. There's not a lot of females in the dugout. Aroldis Chapman's not going to do anything.
I don't know, man. I can just tell you this. Nobody wants a part of that tag team match. I can tell you that right now. Nobody. Not even Marcel Ozuna.
We used to have some really good, like in the 80s, and the 90s with the Sox and the Yankees there for a while. There was always a good one.
I think the Amir Garrett one's probably the best one. Second best, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's much earlier than that. The best punch ever put on in sports, and I'm including professional boxing, was the Rognan Odor on Bautista.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, that looked choreographed.
He tagged him.
That looked like something that they drew up in Hollywood. Now, you're going to stick your jaw here, and I'm going to do this, and then there's going to be a bang, zoom.
Really open it up for him, really show the full side, their profile. My favorite is Nolan Ryan just on the mound, just whirring. Oh, that was a good one.
But the thing about him is like you'd have thought with all those noogies that he would have gave him, he would have done some damage. He didn't do any damage. I'm gonna have to give Bautista some credit too. Everyone always points to Bautista getting jacked. No one ever mentions the fact, dude, he didn't stumble.
He took it.
He's like, all right, you got your look, now let's go. And then they broke it up.
Yeah, my all-time favorite's going to be, just because of who it was, is Veritek slapping A-Rod in the jaw.
It's not Pedro Martinez
with Don Zimmer
throwing old man Don Zimmer on the ground.
Hey, he had it coming.
Dude, that was, you're gonna pick on Ronald Chapman for hitting women. That's damn near like hitting a woman right there, man. Let's be honest. I mean, that was borderline like basically punching someone's grandma.
Well,
it was like 90 when he got thrown on the ground.
Zimmer was up there, yeah. I don't know. I still don't understand why he ran at Pedro.
I don't know, but as slow as Zimmer was at that point, couldn't he just laid him? You know what I mean?
Easily, but that's not Pedro.
Plus Pedro finally found someone. Pedro finally found someone he could beat up. Because what is Pedro, like 5'8", something like that?
But he didn't have a baseball in his hand, so he figured.
Yeah, but he finally figured out, I can beat this guy up.
Yeah, he's like, he's
not doing that to Roger Clemens. I can tell you that right now.
No, not many people would though. Roger's a big boy, and he was all roided out back then. Yeah, you didn't mess with Roger back then.
No, I don't think you mess with Roger now.
I
don't think you mess with Nolan Ryan now.
No, the guy's 106 years old and still hillbilly stomp people.
That's just called old man strength. He's had a lot of years to think about why he's bad.
Term for it, but I can't say that term on the air. You know,
he's got a lot of decades ago. You know why I'm mad? Well, you're about to find out today.
Yeah.
I still think the best fight that I ever saw, just because it happened so many times, was the doubleheader with the Padres, Braves Padres in the 80s. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, on a Sunday afternoon, I remember watching that. They just could not. And what was the one where, was it George Brett that somebody threw a fan threw a Coke or a beer in the dugout, and he came out of the dugout and just went and wore the fan out?
I don't remember that one.
I'm pretty sure it was George Brett. And there was one other really good one. I think it was Yankees and Orioles or something. And Sheffield just lost just went completely off the reservation, and it was a melee from one side of the field to the other. And then there was an outbreak over here, and people were getting thrown in dugouts and stuff. That was a good one too.
That was baseball, man. That's good times, man.
They didn't really throw them out right away back then. So you'd have to go up and face these guys.
That's the one thing that I miss about this Braves team is that they don't have any cojones. Like, you don't see them getting dust-ups. You don't see them say enough is enough. And, yeah, they won the World Series a couple of years ago, and that's great and all. But there's times where I feel like there should be some retribution. You know, all the times that the Marlins have thrown at Acuna, it would just be nice to have one or two guys on the team that won't back down.
Yeah.
That was my only reason for being excited when they first originally, I don't know if a lot of fans probably don't remember this, but they signed Yasiel Puig, who was always in dust-ups.
Yeah,
they signed him, and then he didn't pass the COVID test. This is in 2020. And by the time he became eligible, the Braves were not interested anymore because he didn't pass the COVID test. The contract was null and void. But I'd like to have one guy on the team. You know, back it isn't that far back in the day, but I can remember the Gomez from the Brewers pimping that home run coming around, and Brian McCann meeting him at home plate and telling him, you run.
Or when the Brazier was pitching against the Yankees, I can't remember which Yankee batter it was. I want to say, I can't remember who it was. And he kept stepping out of the box. Finally, Brazier's like, get in the box. Yeah, he's like just pointing. He's telling, get in the box, and then they get all mad. The bench is cleared and everything, and then he still had to face him, and he just struck him out on like 2 straight pitches. It was awesome.
What do you say? Clemens was too juiced at that point. Was trying to kill. Yeah, but Clemens would. That's why Mike Piazza didn't do. He didn't want to know none of that smoke.
No,
none of that smoke. I like how Mike Piazza acted like he didn't know anything was going on. Whatever, man.
He did when he threw a bat at him.
Yeah. And then Clemens tried to come back and say, "Oh, I didn't realize it was the bat. I thought it was the ball." And I don't care if you thought it was a knife or a frisbee. You threw it at him.
You still threw it at him. And how do you mistake a charred piece of wood for a baseball?
I don't know, but that right there, what little respect I had, I lost all on Mike Piazza, because he should have charged them out. Because Piazza's not a small dude.
Yeah, but
I'm not asking you to charge Roger Clemens. I'm asking a guy who's his same size.
He ain't the same size.
The guy threw a sharded bat at him, which is basically like throwing a knife.
Yeah, especially as hard as Roger Clemens throws.
Yeah, that had to have been like trying to dodge a Chinese star, Chinese throwing star. Whoa, you think I'm a ninja or something? Calm that down, man.
Still think he should have charged the mound after that?
Oh, you gonna throw a bat at me? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go one of those bats that ain't broken. We're gonna see what's up with that.
I don't know. I think the timing would have been off.
I'm trying to think of that one cat's name that tried to charge the mound with the bat in his hand. That didn't work out.
No, that's assault for first.
Yeah, I know, but it was funny. When George Bell of the Blue Jays, I don't remember who they were playing, but George Bell of the Blue Jays hauled off and kicked the catcher in the chest. This is right after he got thrown at. He kicked the catcher in the chest so the catcher wouldn't have time to break up what he was about to unleash on the pitcher.
That's preemptive strike right there, Daddy.
And then he went out there and tried to some flying karate kick and missed by a country mile and busted his ass. So the first part was awesome. The second part was wah, wah, wah.
Can you imagine what was going through that pitcher's mind, though, when he sees him drop kick that catcher? I made this. That was not smart. Oh, you're probably looking at third baseman.
Right? I'll tell you what, though, that was a brilliant move by the catcher, because when he did it, by the batter, when he did it, I thought to myself, I have never even thought of that as being a strategy, right?
Yeah.
Because he kicked him backwards, and of course it took him a few seconds to get up and get going. But the one I was talking about with Amir Garrett charging the dugout of the Pittsburgh Pirates, I saw a video of that recently, which I don't recall this at the time. It wasn't John Boy, it was somebody else, and they showed the entire breakdown prior to that fight, where the pitching coach comes out to talk to him, and he's mad at Pittsburgh for whatever reason, not really important at this point. And he tells him, you can pretty much see him mouth it, but you know it's for sure after you see it all unfold. He tells him, you better get someone warmed up because I'm about to go kick their butts. And he goes, what? And he's like trying to calm him down. He goes, and he keeps pointing like that. And so finally you see the pitching coach turn around to his dugout and go,
yes.
He's just doing this. You never see him do this. The windmill, get him going. So there's like a pause. And he goes, all right, he's warming up. Yeah, cool. And he hands him the ball. And he just gave him a look like, go get him. And he turned around and goes, go, Tom. And he just takes off. And it was like a kamikaze mission. He gave no F's that day, man. It was on like a ball neck bones. He didn't care who was getting hurt, somebody.
Him probably charging a dugout by himself.
What was funny was that at the time playing for the Pirates was Chris Archer, who used to play for the Rays and whatnot, but he was a Pirate at that time. He gets in the middle of it, getting slung around. He had nothing to do with the whole damn thing. You know how small Archer is, right?
Yeah, like
He's
my
getting tossed around like a rag muffin, man. He's like, what the hell?
He probably just coming out of the can, hey guys, oh my God, what's happening?
He got pinned. He got out of that. Then one of his teammates pinned him up against the gate to make sure he wouldn't go. He goes, I'm not doing anything. And then after they broke that up, someone else freaking pile drived him. That's that point where you got to go, all right, I wasn't fighting, but I am now because I'm getting tired of every time I turn around, someone's breaking something over my head.
Yeah, I got to get ass swing in, even if it's on my own teammate at this point. I'm just going to wrap it.
Getting injured, can I at least injure one of my hands in the process?
Sure, yeah.
Does everything got to be my black eyes?
I'm
my
gonna
broken ribs.
Fight actually. Now that you brought, I don't think I've ever seen that. So I want to see.
Oh man, just
to a dugout by himself. He just said, "Forget the Alamo," and took off.
Yeah, next time Sox are in a rain delay, just pull it up, man. I think it's been within the past 5 years.
Sweet. I mean, all you got to do is type in a baseball player charges the dugout. It's never happened before. No one's dumb enough to do that.
Well, and what was funny is, I don't remember if it was that year or maybe it was the year after, but it was very close around that time. Reds got into it with the Cubs. Same pitcher, and he got into it with Javi Baez.
Ooh,
and
Baez
was
big too.
What's that?
Isn't Baez pretty big?
No.
I'm thinking the wrong guy.
No, he's a second baseman. He was gonna kick.
Oh, I was thinking of another team's catcher. Never mind. Diaz. Sorry, you said Baez. I'm sorry.
But anyways, both teams were squawking at each other, and what was funny about it was Baez didn't back down. You figure Garrett's gonna get that, but you could not have convinced Baez at that moment because we had a dust up on the show the following day or the day after in that whole incident, me and another co-host, because we got heated over them getting heated. It was a fervor. Of course, it was in the middle of the summer. We're bored as hell. There was nothing to talk about. Braves were probably on a losing streak. I don't remember the circumstances.
Slamming shots during the commercial breaks. And another thing.
It was.
Furthermore.
It was probably the most heated exchange I've ever had.
Well, I can't say that. Old Billy and I used to.
No, man, y'all's were fun and games. This one was not. In fact, he texted me after the show because he just left. He texted me after the show, and hey man, sorry. I said, dude, you actually did the right thing. I was in the wrong because I wouldn't quit needling him.
That sounds like you at all.
Oh man, I was just turning that knife.
Yeah.
And another thing,
I don't know.
You remember in 2004 when you? Speaking of that, I think someone just got plunked in the. Either that or he just fell because he's old. Charlie Blackmon just hit the ground. I'm not sure why he hit the ground. Oh yeah, he fell because he fell because he's old. Charlie Blackmon just hit a foul ball off his knee, and you'd have thought that a sniper was in the building.
That does hurt, though. That does hurt.
I don't know how he's still in the league. Have you seen these Colorado jerseys? By the way, what are they called? City Connects.
Mm-mm.
They look like Skull, like the Skull mint. Man,
yeah.
I don't know what to make of them. Like, I don't know if I hate them or if I was a Colorado fan, I'd actually pimp them. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those where it's like they're not terrible in theory, but damn, they look goofy.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll put it up on the screen. These City Connects, man. Boston's is bad too.
Yeah, Boston's is.
They still doing that yellow one, right?
Yeah, it's awful. It looks like
all the City Connects. Atlanta is actually decent. I was surprised, but honestly, they didn't really do anything with their City Connects. They just kind of took their 1970s jerseys and switched the logo. I mean,
people freaked out about them too in Boston. They're talking about how wonderful they were. It's like a highlighter threw up on you. What are you doing?
Yeah, they're getting paid. Social media influencer. Get out there and tell me it's good, man. I don't know how, but we have negative sales. People are returning them before they ever order them. All right, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today, 99.1 FM, Braves Country HD YouTube.
Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after 6. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
We're down to 1 strike here. It's 0-2. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby! All throughout Braves country, pop that top! Your Atlanta Braves have won it all!
Armchair.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
You're listening to WQEE, the Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. I've got the Colorado jerseys up on the screen, and Sarge is looking like he's trying to decipher Sanskrit.
It looks like something they would put on like a Coors Light can for like a special for a limited period of time or something. I don't know. I guess if I was a Rockies fan, I wouldn't mind it so much, but since I could care less, I'm against it.
I'm trying to find an exact what I'm talking about, why it reminds me so much of Skull.
No, I see why it reminds you of wintergreen Skull cans. Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were familiar with them because.
Yeah, one of my guys in my office, he dips that nasty crap.
Well, I knew you had to be a big Skull guy as much NASCAR as you watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah. Bunch of cars going in circles. You want to impress me? Get one going in the other direction. I would watch that.
That's called downtown Chicago.
Right. Tell the truth.
So, getting back to actual baseball, I don't think we've actually talked baseball today.
Not one lick except for fights. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, We really need to get one organized.
Yeah, we.
I mean, let's just go to a game or pick a random game and say, "Did you hear what he said about you?" Let's go to a Cardinal game and stare at Goldschmidt. Go, dude, I can't believe you're being such a punk. What are you talking about? Pick a random player and say, dude, what he said about you on social media, they don't have their phones on them when they're on the field, and let it go down.
Well, I can't believe the Cardinals swept us at home. That
hurt my pocketbook. I took y'all on Sunday night game thinking, all right, all the games are over. I'm going to try to, roll over some winnings. And I took y'all. I think I was getting a run and a half because I think they were actually favored. And I've not been that impressed by Mikolas, and he went out there and just dealt.
But Jansen blew 2 saves in that
series.
Well,
welcome to Kenley Jansenville. Population Boston now. That's what he do.
Fantastic.
He will, and even when he's not blowing saves, he's not comfortable unless he's got ducks all over the pond. It's his safe zone to have other players on base while he pitches.
Well,
I can't believe Will Smith put a clean inning on us last night. Are you kidding me? Talked about that earlier in the show, but I'm much more calmer then than I am now. Will Smith was absolute trash when we traded him away, and he looked like the Will Smith of 2021 October, because you have to be very specific in the month where Will Smith looked really good.
Sounds like Kimbrel when he was the last year he was with us. We called him Cardiac Kimbrel. He couldn't just get a clean inning out of for nothing.
By the way, the Giants have put 4 up on the Phillies already. It's 4-0, third inning. And the Reds were up 5-0 on Wintergreen Skull, and now it's tied up 5-5, as they like to do in Colorado. I'll tell you what, if you live in Denver, you'd be an idiot not to have season tickets to Rockies games, because you're never going to be bored. Their games are always going to be just offensive shootouts.
Yeah. Did you see any of the Mariners Sox game last night?
I did not. I was doing the Braves Rangers, and then I was keeping an eye on seeing if someone would plunk what's his name? Judge.
Oh, yeah. Well, we spot Pivetta 4 runs in the first. By the third, he had given those up. 2 of the runs, not really his fault. Had 2 on base, first and second, and center fielder dug for a ball he never before. He had no chance, so it ran all the way to the wall. So the guy got a triple, and then the other 2 runs came in. So it was 4-2. But the next pitch, pesky pole, bang, and then so now it's tied up 4-4. Came back and won, but we can't finish. We cannot continue with a 6-man rotation. I've never ever liked a 6-man rotation. I think it gives the pitchers too many days in the starts, and it's either
the biggest problem I see with the 6-man rotation, if you have the pitchers, I don't mind it, but the biggest issue you're always going to have, it's not that they've got too much time in between. It's that, like, if you have, let's say you have 3 elite pitchers and 3 pitchers, then it's a longer time till you get to your next guy. But the biggest issue that we have in today's game of doing the rotation that small or that large, is that you still can, even if you have a 6-man rotation, you can still only have an 13 pitchers on the roster. So it lowers your bullpen from 8 to 7.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
And if you say you have 2 back-to-back 3 games series, one team faces all your great pitchers, next team gets your, Bs. So it doesn't help the team out that way either. And I think it's got to be Houck or Pivetta going to the bullpen. I don't know what we're going to do with Pivetta, though. I think it should be Houck because he's better coming out of the bullpen. But Pivetta, I mean...
Well, then that's probably your answer there, right?
But
because
Pavetta's not doing well as a starter either, so what do we do with him? You know, you can't trust him. I mean, he's just not playing well. He's just not doing well for us.
What's crazy is even though you're in the cellar of the East, you're only a game and a half out of the final wild card spot.
That is one hard this year. If anybody says that this isn't the toughest division, they have not been paying attention.
I mean, it's the East and the West. They are the haves, and the Central is the have-nots.
Yeah, and think about this. Think about if you are a Tampa Bay Ray fan, and you start out 106 games and 0 losses, and you are still only 4.5 games above the team behind you.
Baltimore's a good baseball team, though.
There ain't no two ways around it. Baltimore is back. And I don't know, man. I don't know if they're going anywhere. I kind of thought I thought the Rays would have dropped 3-4 in a row by this point. But how
Not with that pitching? I keep seeing these, idiotic videos on social media where people are talking about the regression's coming for the Tampa Bay Rays and da-da-da-da. What are you talking about? They've been talking about the regression of the Tampa Bay Rays for 12 and a half years. Like, the Rays are always good. You know why they're good? Because their front office is elite in finding pitching talent and developing them. And then when they get them up in the majors, they don't ask them to do a whole lot. They ask them to go out there and pitch X amount of innings, X amount of pitches, keep them fairly fresh, and let's go. They are the much bigger believer in quality. No, they're into quantity over quality, meaning they don't care if they have an ace per se. They're going to keep bludgeoning you with jabs. You might have that big right hook, but they're going to bludgeon you with jabs. And for a 162 game season,
yeah, they know that they have to come out with a puncher's chance, and they do every single season because they don't have the money of the Red Sox, they don't have the money of the Yankees or Toronto for that matter, and they every single year they're just right there. And I don't know what factory they're manufacturing these stupid pitchers in, but whatever it is, man, I was so excited when Chaim Bloom signed with the Red Sox. I was like, cool, we get some of this Rays thing going on. I have yet to see that, but maybe one day,
Well, it usually takes a while to be able to get that talent, right?
Yeah.
And to develop it, especially in Major League Baseball. This isn't the NFL where you draft a guy and that fall he's out there as your starting linebacker. It doesn't work that way. So what I would say is if you go in and you invest in that way, then it's for the long haul. And so if you look at what Tampa does, they don't sign a big free agent. There's a couple of reasons. A, they just don't get the revenue in there. But B, if you sign a huge free agent, you have to give up an early draft pick. So they're not going to do that because they're going to take that draft pick and develop him. And the next time they have another guy who's getting ready for free agency, he'll slide right in and take his place. Also, when one of your guys signs a big free agent deal, you're getting an extra draft pick. And that's how they have the depth that they do.
It's working and has for a long, long time.
Yes.
And I mean, you have to be a special kind of manager to be even willing to try this method, I mean, and Cash I thought the Rays were done when they lost. Oh my God, his name just left me. black glasses. What's his name? That used to be the manager for the Rays.
Madden.
Madden. I thought they were finished when he left. I was like, okay, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Nope, wrong. Cash he should be up for manager of the year, not win it every year, but he should be in the conversation every single year. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he's I started off being a fan of his because he's a Florida State guy. And then I kind of selfishly was hoping he would would struggle in the majors and go fix the baseball problem at FSU that's currently going on. But that's not happening. If he ever leaves the race, he's going to bigger and better things, right?
Yeah.
He's going for a payday is what he'll be doing.
Yeah.
The thing he's ever done that I've ever questioned was when they took out Snell against the Dodgers in the bubble series.
Yeah.
And Snell was cruising fourth or fifth inning, whatever it was fairly early in the game. That's the only time. And then of course the bullpen came apart. That's the only time I've ever questioned. I'm like, he's at like 8 pitches and you take him out in the fifth inning. What the hell are you doing? Just because the metrics say don't let him fish. Don't face the lineup a third time. Sometimes you got to go. The metrics are not what I'm going off today because this guy is dealing.
Right. And I mean, how many other managers can you say that about? That, okay, I remember one thing he did. I mean, you can question Alex Cora's, several. Boone, good God, in the playoffs. I mean, he's not good. But it's a completely different system and a different way of playing the game. And they pretty much started the whole shift thing back in the day. Nobody did. And all of a sudden Madden had them running out there. We're like, what is going on? I'm like, oh my God. And then everybody did it,
right.
Gone. But you've got to tip your cap to them. I hate them, but that's because
they're good.
Yeah, they're good.
You never hate anybody who sucks. You know what I mean?
And can you name 5 players on that team at any given time?
Right, have you ever noticed you never hate a team that sucks, even if it's a rival?
Yeah.
So don't you hate that? Well, I did, but it's not the same. Then as soon as they start getting good again, you're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I would hate the Yankees if they were terrible, but they're never really terrible.
It's like you probably forgot how much you hated Florida State until last year's game, right? You're like, bastards.
No, I didn't forget. I just chose.
Well, you were reminded.
I got reminded.
Sometimes I think the Rockies are playing in the Grand Canyon. They just hit a ball. This guy ran at least 4.5 miles on a dead sprint downhill. He looked like one of those psychopaths that you'll see. Like you ever stay the night at a hotel and you go by the hotel workout room, right? And you're thinking, I might get a good workout in, and you go by and you see the glass doors, you can see everything, and you see this one guy who's like on a dead sprint, like his feet aren't even touching the ground. He's like psychotically running, like almost like the $6 Million Man. And then you go, yeah, I'm not going in there, man. That guy looks like he's the kind of guy, who's gonna, take his shirt off when he shouldn't. I'm not getting a good vibe. That guy was running that fast, right? The ball still went over his head by 2.5 miles. I'm like, how far is it to center field? Or I guess it was left center. I mean, he kept going and going and going. It was the Cincinnati outfield. I'm sure the whole time he was running, this is total BS. This is total BS. Like, what the hell? I'm so faking an injury the next time we come to
I just both my hands.
Yeah. I got one of those inflammation things. You got to put me on the 10-dayer.
Yeah. I think I did something to my oblique or pancreas. I don't know. Whatever keeps me out of Colorado.
I need you to put me on the paternity list.
Yeah.
You're not even married, dude. Come on. as many cities we're in, come on, the odds are pretty good.
They're
I'm
pretty
on the fraternity list. I don't ever recall. I don't recall it because they never gave it to him years ago. But I swear, when you play fantasy baseball, you see it all the time. These guys go on the paternity list, and some of them you're like, dude, it's only been 3 months ago. You were just on the paternity list. What is going on? Like,
I have a pretty good idea what's been going on.
I got a pretty good idea that his wife now knows what's going on.
Yeah. That's going to be a little difficult to explain.
He's going to need a little snip there. Yeah.
Something.
A little something.
For that for him.
Real quick update on that. You got the Rockies up 7-5 in the 6th, and Phillies making a charge. They're down 4-0, but they got Harper and someone else just stole second and third. So Giants are scuffling, which doesn't shock me. Stripling was on the mound today. That guy blows. I don't know how he continues to not just get jobs in Major League Baseball, but starting jobs on teams that have high hopes. When he was with Toronto, I was like, what? Why is Toronto spending money on this guy? Dodgers knew. They're like, yeah, we got to get rid of this guy. We're going to save all of our pennies from the Stripling decision and put it on Freddie Freeman. Who does it's isn't Bayo going tonight? Brian Bayo?
Yeah, and Marco Gonzalez for the Mariners.
I bet I got some bit of news that you don't know about Brian Bayo.
What?
His 24th birthday today.
24, huh?
Yeah.
He looks all of about 12. Yeah. He looks about half that.
Yeah, I did not know until a couple of days ago that his last name is pronounced Bayo. It's spelt Bello for
Bello.
Folks who aren't.
Yeah.
But I heard it two different outlets referred to it as Bayo. I was like, man, I just did a game was with Bayo on the mound, and I called him Bello at least 48 times that night. I guarantee you someone was going, you moron. And I'd be like, fair enough.
Well, I mean, spell it correctly,
Like, if you're going to have your name Bayo, spell it like Scott does and quit screwing around.
Yeah, don't play with our minds, man. Come on.
Speaking of Scott Bayo, did you see he says he is leaving California?
Why would I have seen that?
Because it became a news article. That's what his complaint was. Because why is this newsworthy? Why is it I'm moving and everyone raises Cain, but Joe Rogan and a bunch of other people move and no one says anything? It's because Scott is a huge conservative and all the other sites grabbed it and ran with it.
Oh, it's not like
all I could sit there and think of is fair enough. And you and Joni should really get back together.
They really should. Fingers, eyes, and toes are crossed. I'm waiting on.
They brought back everything else. Can Joni not love Chachi one more time?
At least for a day, Oh, and speaking of, have you?
That's how you end up on a paternity list. Wait,
right
what?
There. If you haven't seen the new Night Court yet, do yourself a favor. Never watch
Avoid
it.
Avoid it.
It's horrible.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me. I saw that. I saw a preview. Nothing on there interests me.
They brought John Larroquette back, so I gave it a shot.
Well, because he had nothing going on.
Yeah, since the last Night Court. Yeah. But yeah, don't watch it.
I noticed that they had I don't remember her name, but the little blonde from Big Bang Theory is the judge.
Rock.
What's that?
Melissa Rock is her name.
Okay. I was thinking of her real name, which was Bernadette.
Melissa Rock. Her real name's Melissa Rock. On the show, it's Bernadette.
Her real name is Bernadette or Bernie. That's her real name. Get it right.
Sorry. Yeah, I got them mixed up.
I don't care what pseudonym she uses off air to get paychecks. I'm talking about her real name in the real world.
I'm not talking about Christian name. I'm talking about a real name.
Yeah, I'm talking about the name I see every time I open up the app and watch that show. That's a good show.
Which is every night for me.
Yep.
My wife and I fall asleep to.
Just about. We'll go through ebbs and flows with it. We'll watch some Friends sometimes. We'll watch some Big Bang sometimes.
Yeah, we do Friends, New Girl, or
that she likes the most that we agree on. We've watched more and more of the Mike and Molly recently. I never got into it when it was popular, but now I've watched it now, and it's good. It holds up.
My wife's into it. I never got into it.
Give it a shot. If you give it a shot, trust me, it's right down your alley. It's funny. It's not what I thought it was. Because I was never a big fan of hers when I saw her movies because I thought she was over the top. But she's nothing like that in the show.
Right. Yeah.
What is your walk-off, sir? We're about to run out of time.
I have
maybe we'll get a chance to talk baseball next week.
Yeah. Maybe we can talk some Red Sox. I have a kind of a different walk-off this time. This one is for you and you alone. I'd like for you to think before next week and do some research and give me Chaim Bloom's report card so far. Because a lot of his moves are starting to pan out. So I'm just curious if you have changed. Because the beginning of the season, we were both like, what is happening? And we're starting to see some of the fruits. So my walk-off is...
Are we talking about the guy that's in last place right now?
That would be the ones, yes.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure. My walk-off is Braves Rangers tonight, 8:05 first pitch, right here on Braves Country HD. We're going to leave the stream up, assuming I keep power, man. The lights are flickering and everything in here. And then also tonight, Game 1, Celtics versus Miami Heat. It's going to be hard, but I'm going to try to keep one eyeball on that and also bring you the game. So go Celtics, and hopefully they don't wait till Game 7 to wake up, because I'm telling you right now, you screw around and do that against Jimmy Butler and company, it's going to be a long off season. All right, brother. See you next week. For more coffee talk with Sarge.
Sweater weather.
It's coffee talk. Let's talk.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cave. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves Country. Let's get ready for game number 3 as your Atlanta Braves still have a chance to win this series. Took one on the chin last night. We'll go through that here in a second. But when it's all said and done, when you look at the entire performance, Jared Schuster didn't pitch that bad. He really didn't. Jared Schuster went out there and kind of did what you wanted, what you would ever ask of a rookie to come up in a tough spot to do. He went 5 innings, 3 earned runs, and because we become overly critical and overly emotional with game in and game out, and because he gave up the home run, and because they all came in that 1 inning, it felt like it all unraveled, right? But all in all, Jared Schuster played pretty good baseball. So what you really have to look at, because we did go out there and score 4 runs, the bullpen let us down again. And this is becoming a theme here recently. I don't think it's anything permanent. I think it's something that they're just going through a funk. Dylan Lee gave up the 2 runs. Jimenez, look, when Jimenez comes in, I'm not going to be critical of Jimenez. Jimenez is there to do what he does, which is eat an inning or so. He gave us 1 2/3. And actually pitched okay. He did give a 1 earned run, but all in all, Jimenez pitched okay. Jimenez has an electric fastball, and that's about it. And from time to time, you'll notice his command not be the best, but when he is dotting him, he's very good. And maybe the Braves can get him to another level later in the season. Even though he's been in the majors for a hot minute, so this is our first time with him, so you got to believe that the Braves pitching staff, they see that fastball. I mean, he was dotting at 96, 97, 95 regularly. The problem is he's not consistent enough with the ball, with his pitches. But when he comes in, he's not being asked to close the game. He's being asked to put in difficult spot. And you hated the fact that he gave up that run after we had climbed back to a 2-run deficit. For folks that missed the game, the Braves at the time trailed 6-2 and scored 3 runs in the top of the 8th, 2-run home run by Murphy that barely got over the wall, but it got over the wall. And all of a sudden, we had a brand new game. Acuna, another home run. That was a blast. I wish they gave you extra runs, extra points, however you want to word it, for how far the damn ball goes, because when Acuna hits it, it goes. With that being said, Murphy's home run would have barely been a run. I mean, it just got over the wall. But the offense played okay. You might have wanted a few more extra runs, but look, Dunning's pitched well this year. I still think he's a guy that's not going to be able to keep that up all year long, but as of right now, he's pitching well. He gave up, 1 earned run, 6 innings, 4 Ks, no walks. The no walks is the big thing. If you can keep the walks off, you can usually keep runs off the scoreboard. And we lose. It feels worse because we're just come off that sweep. We just came off that 4-game losing streak. So we've lost 5 of the last 6. But in this series, it's still 1-1, and we're going into game number 3 with a chance to win this series. The one thing that drove me up the wall more than anything else, forget our bullpen spit in the bit, is when Will Smith comes in and slams the door on you. When Will Smith slams the door on you, when we saw Will Smith not be able to find the plate last year, it's why they sent him on his merry way. If Will Smith would have looked anything like that, he would still be in a Braves uniform. You hated that was the one thing that I said during the broadcast. I said, I don't want to see Will Smith come in here and have a clean inning because of all the times he came on the bump last year. And even when he got saves or holds wherever he was in the game, it was a struggle. It was a struggle for Kenley Jansen. He slammed the door on us. That one's a little more acceptable because he's been so dominant over the years. But anyways, you just kind of have to turn the page on that game. Tough loss. Dylan Lee, maybe when Lee comes in like that, maybe you don't ask him to go out and do 2 innings. Because the first inning that he came out and pitched was a clean inning. But what they did was the last 3 innings of work, they asked 2 relievers to share it. And they're doing that a lot recently. A lot of it has to do with the fact that they've decided to go with this 4-man rotation, essentially. And then do the bullpen games. And then now we're bringing up a rookie to spell the 5th game. I said 4. It's been a 3-man rotation if you don't count Schuster's start, which I don't because I count that as almost like a spot start. You're going to get these spot starts from Schuster and Dodd over the next couple of months. Maybe even we'll see Soroka. People keep beating that drum. Right now, you can't put him in that conversation. I brought this up on the broadcast last night. Shawver, AJ Smith-Shawver was promoted to the AAA affiliate, Stripers. Shawver, in the full season this year in single A and double A, he's only had 1 or 2 starts in double A. He hasn't been there long. A 0.00 ERA, a 0.86 whip. He is 20 years old. Now, I suspect he's going to have some growing pains up in AAA. We'll see how long that goes. But the fact that they decided to go ahead and put him up there tells you that they have thoughts of the possibility of him being up with the big club later in the year. Now, I think they want to see a fairly good sample size, so they just throw him to the wolves in the major leagues. But I think they're trying to get him seasoned in case there's another injury. Because if we get another injury to our pitching staff, to the starting pitching staff, it's going to be all hands on deck. Right now, for argument's sake, we have a 3-man rotation. We came into this season feeling like that was the strength, the depth of our pitching rotation. Kyle Wright's on the 60-day DL. I don't suspect Max Fried will be back until best case scenario late June. So you put all that in a nutshell, we're rolling with 3 starting pitchers, and only 2 of them were on the opening day roster. This almost feels like the World Series run, and I'm not talking about the regular season run. I'm talking about when we were playing 2 games and then a day off, 3 games and then a day off. We're having to go beginning Friday. We're going to go on a stint where it's, 13 days in a row, 13 games in a row, and you only have 3 starters. But Schuster, I felt like pitched okay. And you know what this is? This is normal for the rest of Major League Baseball. Believe it or not, this is normal. And the reason why I say that to you is because most teams go through this. Most teams go into the season with going, man, we got like 2 good pitchers, and the rest is going to be a crapshoot. Maybe 3. I don't know. But at this point, we've got a very good what I would consider at this point our ace in Spencer Strider. He goes tonight, and that's what we're going to focus on tonight's game. We've got a hell of a veteran in Charlie Morton, but he's also in his late 30s too. You know, we talk about Verlander, we talk about Scherzer. He's in his late 30s, so you worry about the wear and tear on him. Not even necessarily getting injured, but how many innings can you put on that arm and then expect him to be effective come the playoff push and into October? And then you got Bryce Elder, who's been pitching well. Don't get me wrong, but he's young. And he's going to go out there and lay an egg every once in a while. And so those are our three horses right now. Jared Schuster, I thought, pitched a very good game. All right, let's go into tonight's action. Tonight's game scheduled to be one heck of a pitching matchup. You've got Spencer Strider versus Eovaldi. Let's do Strider first with the 4-1 record, the 2.51 ERA, the .92 WHIP. Everybody knows that he's got the electric fastball. I mean, his numbers are off the charts when you look at the fact 46 innings pitched. 46. Oh, and 2/3. Excuse me. 46 and 2/3 innings pitched. 79 strikeouts. For a starting pitcher to have those kinds of numbers, I mean, that's creeping up on 2 strikeouts an inning. If you break it down, it's a little over 1.5. But anyway you slice it, those aren't starting pitching numbers. Those are bullpen type numbers. Those are the type of numbers that a guy ends up with 80 innings pitched throughout the season, and he ends up with 115, 120 strikeouts, and he leads the league in saves. That's how dominant Spencer Strider is. And you look at his last 5 outings. I think that's a pretty good sample size. He went 6 and shut out the Padres, 9 strikeouts. He went 8 and shut out the Marlins, 13 strikeouts. That was a phenomenal game. Then he went up against the Mets. The Mets get to him. They just do. They are his kryptonite. We won the game, but 9-8, 5 and 4 earned runs. He did get the 8 strikeouts, but they know how to work his pitch count because that's what the Mets do, and the Mets don't strike out a whole lot. They don't have a great offense, but they know how to work Strider because Strider will sit there and try to blow you away, and they'll sit there and just dink, 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 and keep tapping the ball foul to drive up his pitch count. So that was his worst outing, but they've seen him a ton compared to all the others. Baltimore, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 10 strikeouts. Those first 4, I mentioned, by the way, all of them were wins. Last time out against the Blue Jays, well, we know what happened there because we didn't win one of those games. He lost, but he pitched pretty well. 12 strikeouts in 6 2/3, first of all. Only gave up 1 earned run. 2 runs were scored because of the goofy error that happened in that game. He walked 1. But when you look at, so what I mentioned was the strikeouts since April 18th were 9, 13, 8, 10, and 12. The walks, 3, 0, 3, 0, and 1. And if he gets those walks down, the league's in trouble. The league is going to be in trouble if he gets those walks down. Earlier in the season, it was pretty much a given that he was going to walk 3, strike out 9, and you'll still take that ratio because when he walks a guy down to first with 1 out, there's a good chance he's striking out one of the next 2, which means someone's going to have to put the bat on the ball and drive it a ways to score that guy on first. So you'll live with the walks. He still has a very good ratio. 79 strikeouts, 15 walks, and just 28 hits allowed. So that's Strider. I think most of us are really familiar with him. If you're not a Spencer Strider fan, I don't know what to tell you. You're not a Braves fan. Spencer Strider night is a special night every week. For me, at least, as a fan. I look forward to his starts. Just like when he's healthy, I look forward to Max Fried starts. I actually really enjoy the Charlie Morton starts when he's dealing. You just never know what you're going to get with Charlie Morton. Sometimes he goes out there, his mechanics aren't there, and he's hitting guys. But all in all, I really love watching Charlie Morton carve folks up with that curveball. And still in his late 30s, averages the highest fastball for a starter at, 96 miles an hour? The other night, I think it was 96.2, 96.3. Now, Nathan Eovaldi, we got us a tough customer tonight. This is not a gimme. We're going to roll Strider out there. We're going to win this series, and let's go pack up and let's get back to Atlanta, and everything's going to be hunky-dory. That's not what's going on here, guys. Nathan Eovaldi, you're going to look at the 5-2, 2.7. You're like, man, that's pretty good. 0.99 whip, man, that's pretty good. That's for the season. This is what he has done his last 3 starts against the New York Yankees, the Los Angeles Angels, who can score with the best of them, and then the Oakland A's. We know that the Oakland A's are a AAA affiliate of the Atlanta Braves at this point, maybe even AA. We should really see if we can go pick their pockets clean for another starting pitcher. But this is what Nathan Eovaldi has done. Listen to this. His last time out, 8 2/3, almost a complete game, 12 strikeouts through 113 pitches. The time before that, 107 pitches, 8 innings, 5 strikeouts, no earned runs on either one of those. It's like, man, 16 2/3 with no earned runs. Wow, that's impressive. The game before that, a complete game shutout of the New York Yankees, striking them out 8 times, no walks, just 3 hits allowed on 113 pitches. So you sit there and you hope, against hope, that with him throwing 113 pitches last time out, maybe he's going to struggle the next time out, but that doesn't appear to be the case because he did it with the Yankees, the exact number, 113, and he came out the next time and pitched 8 scoreless, the 107. So right now, his scoreless streak is at 27, 28 innings. Scoreless. The time before that, he went up against the Reds, and he struggled at the beginning. He shut it down afterwards, so his line is not impressive, but that's where the shutout began. His line was 6, 3 earned, 7 Ks, a walk. The time before then, he went 6, just gave up 2, 5 Ks and a walk. And that's probably as far back as you want to go because that's a month back. Before that, the beginning of the season, he was scuffling a little bit, but since then, it's been money. I mean, at one point, his ERA was at 6.32 at the very beginning of the season. He's got it all the way down to 2.7. So that tells you how dominant he's been and how the Braves are going to. There's a couple of things you're going to have to look at here. You can go with a couple of options. You try to ambush them, which the Braves try to do a lot. I won't say 9 times out of 10. That's an exaggeration. 6 to 7 times out of 10, that backfires, and the starting pitcher ends up getting really deep into the game. Or you try to eat pitches, and he's been so dominant, you're not going to get many runs to start the game, right? And when you look at it that way, you might be able to get him out of the game by the 7th or so, 6th or 7th, because he is still throwing well over 100 pitches. So it's not like you're just going to get him out in the 4th. It'll be interesting to see what their game plan is. I think the Braves will probably just do what they normally do, and that is they're going to be first pitch fastball hunting. If they can connect, that's the way they'll get to Eovaldi. If not, we're in for a long night of not scoring. It could be a real short night if Strider's dealing and Eovaldi's dealing. We might be out of this game win, lose, or draw in 2 hours and 5 minutes. It could fly by. So get all your snacks ready and ready to roll. You don't want to be taking a long break in between innings. I'll come back in. If you get up to get a beer or a soda, whatever your preference, or go get you a bag of chips, you might miss 2 innings. That's how quick this game could go. With Eovaldi, and honestly, with Eovaldi on the mound, I don't even realistically have an opinion on this one. It wouldn't really bother me if they went out there and tried to ambush. Normally I say, hey, go out there and try to run the pitch count up, but he's been so damn good, he's probably going to get through 6 or 7 anyways. So maybe your best bet is to try to ambush him early in the game. The few games that he has struggled in earlier in the year, it's been with the command at the beginning of the game. Teams have gotten to him early. So you look at way back beginning of the year, when he gave up 2 to Kansas City, both runs were scored in the first few innings. You look at when he was in Cincinnati and he gave up 4 in the first 3. You look at after that, that's when he went on his tear. So, and realize this too, that he was banged up at the beginning of the spring, so he's just now getting into form. So the times that they have gotten to him, and really it's a very small sample size. It's the first 2 of the year, or the first 2 prior to the run. Even if you go back to the very beginning of the season, when he came in against the Phillies, his very first start, he gave up 3 earned runs to Philadelphia, and that they got to him in the 4th. When you go off of that, and then you go to the start against the Cubs, where he only gave up 2, by the way. It's not like he gave up a bunch. But he gave up 2 to the Cubs. That was early on. And so I guess the theory would be, and you hear this a lot with starting pitchers, especially the elite ones, if you're going to get to them, you better get to them early, because then they get rolling. Where we've seen that backfire us in the most recent, I'm just going to go back to the Chris Bassett game on Friday night. We were trying to ambush him, and he was dealing, and next thing you know, he's got a complete game shutout, and we're walking out of the building losers 3-0. And that's what you worry about, is that you get too aggressive, and a crafty veteran like him is going to take advantage of it. So, pick to click tonight against Nathan Eovaldi. That's a tough one. But I think the guy that I'm going to go to click with is, how about Strider goes out and pitches a great game? I don't even think that's going out on a limb. That's going to be a given, right? We hope. I'm going to go with the guy that'll be the player of the game, will be Raisel Iglesias. That'll come in and slam the door. I believe Iglesias is going to get back on track. Hopefully tonight is when he does. He comes in, slams the door, and the Braves win game number 3, and they win the series. They get the rubber match. We go home. We're off on Thursday. We get back on Friday to Truist Park. And at that point, we can get ready for a long stretch of games and a tough homestand, along with going back on the road right after that. I know I've talked about this a little bit, but coming up on the Braves schedule, we got a tough stretch after we get the day off tomorrow. We've got a 11-game homestand and no days off. We're going to try to bring you most of those games. We're bringing you the Friday night game. The Saturday game's on Fox. So we don't tend to get a whole lot of interaction, but what we are going to experiment with, and if it's a flop, it's a flop. We're going to experiment with putting the feed up. So if folks want to chat that are normally in the chat room, because I know folks like to have a cold one and chat during the game. We're just going to put the box score up and have it run. And I might even join you in the chat but we're not going to do the broadcast on Saturday, and we're just going to see how it goes. But we're going to bring the Dodgers series to you. We're going to bring most of the Philadelphia series to you, even though that's taking place on Memorial Day weekend. And then, so those are the 11 games in a row. And then we have to go again out to Oakland on Memorial Day. That starts a 3-game series before we finally get another day off. June 1st will be the first day off for the Atlanta Braves. So we'll have the 18th of May and June 1st. Wow. That is a rough one. And doing all this with essentially 3 starting pitchers. That is a rough one. And I don't remember in years past having so few days off to start the season. This is really starting to mount up, and the Braves are going to have to get creative with who they turn to. That's just a fact. All right. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. Time for lineups. And get you set for game number 3, the rubber match of Braves Rangers. Come on, Braves country, get your game face on. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red bellows bursting in air, gave proof through the night still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, playing right field, batting .348, 10 home runs, 26 RBI, and 17 stolen bases, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second, playing first, it's Matt Olson, 30 RBI, a .236 average, and 11 home runs. Ozzie Albies is batting .265, batting third, 10 home runs, 30 RBI, and a stolen base. Austin Riley, batting fourth, 7 homers, 20 RBI, and a .239 average. Eddie Rosario, batting fifth, playing left field, .250 average, 3 home runs, 11 RBI, and a stolen base. Travis d'Arnaud, batting sixth, the Hind catcher tonight, 5 RBI, and a .302 average. Marcell Ozuna is batting seventh, 172 average, 8 home runs, 14 RBI. Orlando Arcia, batting eighth, playing short, with 3 home runs, 11 RBI, and a .342 average. Michael Harris II is batting ninth, patrolling center field, 1 home run, 5 RBI, and 4 stolen bases, .206 average. On the hill for your Atlanta Braves tonight, Spencer Strider. He's 4-1 with a 2.51 ERA, a .92 whip, 46 2/3 innings, 79 strikeouts, 15 walks, and 2 home runs allowed. He'll be going head-to-head with Nathan Eovaldi, 28 innings scoreless streak, 5-2, a 2.7 ERA, a .99 whip, 53 innings pitched, 56 strikeouts, and 8 walks with 1 home run allowed. To the plate for the hometown Texas Rangers. In game number 3, the rubber match, Marcus Semien will be leading off and playing second base, hitting .296 with 7 home runs, 35 RBI, and 7 stolen bases. Corey Seager, back in the lineup, the designated hitter, 1 home run, 4 RBI, and a .359 average. Nathaniel Lowe, batting third, playing first, 5 homers, 27 RBI, and a .265 average. Adolis Garcia will be in right field with 11 home runs, 44 RBI, 3 stolen bases, and a .252 average. John Heim behind the plate, batting .313, 6 home runs, 31 RBI, and 1 stolen base. Robbie Grossman dropped down to the number 6 slot, batting .252, 5 home runs, 22 RBI. Duran is the shortstop with 6 home runs, 20 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .292 clip. Smith is at third tonight with 2 home runs, 3 RBI, and a .209 average. And Tavares batting .297, 1 home run, 13 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. He's batting number 9. And that's your lineups for Braves versus Rangers, game number 3 here in Arlington, Texas, with a capacity of 40,000. The home plate umpire tonight is Lance Barksdale. First base, Will Little. Second base ump is Ryan Addington. And down the third base line, Dan Merzell. We're just about set for action here at Globe Life Field. So get you a cold one, find you an armchair. Braves versus Rangers. Get your game face on, Braves country. Let's take the series. All right, Braves country. Tampa Tone's joining us tonight. Tampa, how are you, sir?
Doing great, brother. Amped to be back on another Wednesday in Braves country. Honored to be here a part of Braves country on a great Wednesday night. Should be a great contest, brother.
Yeah, we're just moments away from first pitch as Eovaldi's doing his last warm-up pitches. And I'm expecting a pitcher's duel. What about you?
Same here. Eovaldi really effective, especially of late. And Spencer Strider, one of the best young arms in the game. This could be strikeouts galore tonight. They could come quick. They could come often. Each of these guys are capable of double-digit strikeout potential.
Absolutely. Braves versus Rangers, Game 3, the rubber match. And we just gave you the starting lineups. Who is your pick to click tonight?
My pick to click tonight for the Bravos, I'm going with, and I'll give one for the Rangers as well. If we're going,
we don't do pick to clicks for the enemy.
All right, yeah. No, well, I'd probably jinx him, so you might have enjoyed that. But pick the click for the Braves. Give me Sir Austin Riley tonight.
You can have pick to spit the bit.
And I'm also going to go with Strider. I think Strider. I'm going to go with Strider and Riley.
I mentioned it in the pregame. I'm going with the Iglesias. The only reason I'm going with the Iglesias because I'm assuming Strider's going to do his thing, and the opportunity is going to be there for Iglesias to slam the door, and he's going to get the job done tonight. He's kind of scuffled here a little bit of late, and we're just hoping that that is not the case tonight. As Strider versus Eovaldi, the Rangers are in their home whites again, top to bottom with the blue Rangers across the chest outlined in red, the red ball caps, and the Braves in the road grays with the blue ball caps and the blue tops with the red writing Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath, numerals in red on the back as well, all outlined in white. And the names are in white. And we'll keep you up to date of all the goings on. I'm trying to keep an eye on what's going on in Toronto as well, Tones, seeing if there's any scuffling going on. But I've got an eye on the Baltimore Angels game as well. And we'll try to keep you updated with what's going on in New York. And I'm going to go ahead and switch the scoreboard real quick as we get set for Braves country baseball, and hopefully it will update here. If not, I'll have to update it, refresh the page. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does on first pitch. So we'll see what happens here.
And we see
Nathan Eovaldi coming in with the 2.7 ERA, 5-2, 0.99 WHIP, and of course the big thing, the 28 consecutive scoreless innings. So we are just about set. And it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is swung on and fouled back out of play. 96 miles an hour on the inner cut. It's 0-1.
And Acuna is looking to stay hot this year. My early pick for MVP.
The 0-1 from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss. 89 mile an hour. Cutter inside. It's 0-2.
Acuna, one of the better two-strike hitters in Major League Baseball.
There we go. Now we're good to go. Braves nothing, Rangers nothing. Time called by Acuna. He's adjusting his batting gloves. You see this a lot from the batters nowadays with them getting the one timeout. They usually do it when they get 2 strikes on them. The 0-2 pitch on the way, off the plate wide. Cutter misses. It's 1-2.
Eovaldi having an effective year, as you mentioned. He's now their ace with DeGrom on the shelf.
Phenomenal. The 1-2 pitch swing, and that ball's fouled off. Went off of Acuna's leg a little bit and into the hind catcher. It's 1-2. Have you seen an update on DeGrom, by the way?
They said that he is not near throwing activity anytime soon. So
nonstop with that guy.
It is. It certainly is. And
I will say one thing. The Mets were smart enough to dodge that bullet.
Correct.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled over to the right-hand side, but right at first baseman Lowe. He'll pick it up, step on the pillow, and there's one away.
And Eovaldi leads a staff full of veterans: John Gray, Martin Perez, Andrew Heaney. And the Rangers produce pretty good defense and numbers behind him. So when guys like Acuna do put the ball in play like that, you're going to have to find a gap. It might be hard to find your errors on this defensive squad led by Marcus Semien.
Braves nothing, Rangers nothing. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. They set up outside. The first pitch is a swing and fouls it down the line. 97 on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Olson has a lot of pop to begin the year. Average sitting at 236, 11 homers, 30 RBIs.
The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Swing and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Two fastballs back to back.
I think my favorite thing about this Braves team is Olson and Murphy, and they're both from the Athletics. What trades for this Atlanta organization to really help this offense stay at the top?
The 0-2 pitch from Eovaldi to Olson. Swung on, popped up. It's a can of corn in between third and home foul side, and Heim will make the catch, and there's 2 away.
Jonah Heim becoming one of the better backstops in the league and makes it look easy there. You never know with those little infield pop-ups for the catchers. Sometimes it's hard to track down. Heim threw the helmet off right away and said, I got it. Great job for you youngsters out there to model after that if you're a catcher.
So Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Ozzie, now batting .265, has been moved up to the number 3 slot in the order. We're just getting underway here in Arlington, Texas. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie is a swing and a miss strike. Top of the zone, outer edge, it's 0-1.
Ozzie, one of my more favorite middle infielders in baseball. He's fun to watch.
From the left side open stance, the 0-1 pitch just misses off the plate. It's 1-1.
Suffered a big injury last season, bouncing back rather nicely this year so far.
Miami leads Washington 3-2. That game is in the 6th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded foul towards the first base dugout. The Ranger side, it's 1-2.
This Braves offense is powerful. All the first 3 batters with a good amount of homers. Albies with 10 coming into this one.
The 1-2 from Eovaldi, his 12th of the inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 miles an hour, top shelf, and that'll put him down. 3 up, 3 down. Spencer Strider time when we come back. Keep it locked in here, Braves country.
Can I have the keys?
No! You're out of my will! You're out of my will! That's right, we'll see who croaks first!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, tears and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding Guide.
Welcome Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider's a fastball right there down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1.
Marcus Semien steps to the plate.
Righty-righty matchup. Semien 296, 7 home runs. The 0-1 pitch hit high in the sky into deep center field, but back just before the track is Michael Harris II, and there's one away.
Semien, a good power hitter, so that one could have carried, but it didn't. Good first out there from Strider. Good to keep Semien off the bases. He is a quick one with 7 steals this year so far.
Braves nothing, Rangers nothing. Bottom of the first. Corey Seager, who's back in the lineup after his hiatus, hitting 359. The first pitch is a fastball, misses high. It's 1-0.
Corey Seager coming over from the Dodgers last offseason.
The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. 97 miles an hour outer edge. It's 1-1.
Very limited sample size of batting .359 in 11 games so far.
Righty-lefty matchup. The wind-up, the kick in the deal. Swing, and that ball's hit high, but not very deep. Playable. Rosario's got it in left, and there's quickly 2 away.
Steady Eddie there in left to put out Corey Seager. Nicely done there for Strider. 2 of their better hitters, 2 of their bigger paid players. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the first. After Eovaldi went 1-2-3, Strider's looking to do the same.
So Nathaniel Lowe will come to the plate, batting .265, 5 home runs from the left side. Righty-lefty matchup. The quad father lets it fly, and the 97-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone right there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Nathaniel Lowe, a good amount of RBIs this season, 26, only 5 long balls.
The 0-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back 98, top shelf outer edge. It's 0-2.
And now you got to choke up a little bit if you're Nathaniel Lowe. 0-2 count.
The 0-2 pitch, swing, and hit right back up the middle, but waiting for it is Arcia. He's got it, fires it over to first through the diamond, and it is a 6-3 putout to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Match it. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let's ride.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw out their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? And for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Eovaldi back to work against Austin Riley, and the first pitch is out of the zone wide. It's 1-0.
My pick to click for the night. Let's hope Riley rocks.
The 1-0 right there at the knees, outer edge. It's 1-1.
And rolls batting .239 coming into tonight is Austin Riley.
Braves nothing, Rangers nothing. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded foul towards the third base side. 1-2.
7 home runs, 20 runs batted into this point for the big fella.
Spencer Strider, if you hadn't noticed, an 8-pitch inning. So good news on that front. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky down the right field line. Will it get down? It will get down for a base hit. Riley takes a turn around first, but decides to stay, and it's a leadoff single for the Rake.
I'll take that for my first at-bat for my pick-to-click McGee. You'll take a base hit all day. He finds it in a gap. What did I say before the game? Hard to get it in there. They found a perfect hole right there, little duck snort. Great job by Austin Riley. All hits count the same.
1 on, nobody out. Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Eddie batting average up to 250 now after starting off really low, well under 200. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball is belted high. It's going deep. It's going back. Jackpot over the wall. He'll take the grand tour. It's a 2-0 bomb by Rosario. 376 happy feet off the bat of Eddie, and it's 2-0 your Atlanta Braves.
And McGee, that's only the second home run of the year allowed by Eovaldi in over a good amount of innings pitched, over 53.1 to this point. He was at that mark coming into tonight. Less than a hit of inning. The Braves are getting to him here in just the second inning. Eddie Rosario is the second home run of the year off Eovaldi.
And honestly, not a bad pitch by Eovaldi, but it was right. That is Eddie's wheelhouse. So I'm sure he's going, but that's right where Eddie loves it. First pitch to d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1.
Man, he crushed that.
The 0-1 swing, and that ball's fouled down the third base line. It's 0-2. Chicago leads Houston 3-0 early on. Cleveland 1-0 over the White Sox, bottom of 1. I believe Clevenger's on the mound for the Sox.
Mm-hmm.
The 0-2 pitch from Eovaldi. Outside wide, 97 off the plate. It's 1-2.
Would be fun for back-to-back for Travis's first home run of the season.
I'll tell you what would be fun is for the Texas Rangers to go on a 50-game losing streak, and we get Eovaldi at the trade deadline. the 1-2 in the dirt, it's 2-2.
I think I've
always been a fan of his. I'll tell you what the biggest reason is when he gets into the playoff mode, he is an absolute grinder.
Sure is.
The 2-2 from Eovaldi lets it fly, swing, and that ball's roasted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's 1 on, nobody out for your Atlanta Braves. And here comes that man, Marcell Ozuna, everybody's favorite Atlanta Brave.
And that thing was ripped. They've got all kinds of variety of hits this inning. There was a duck snort to right. There was a big fly over the wall. Now there's a barreled ball into left field. Great job there by Travis D with the slap shot in the left.
So righty-righty matchup, 1 on, nobody out. And the first pitch to Ozuna is swung on. That ball's going to get down too. It gets in between second and right, and it is another single. And how about those Atlanta Braves? Hit after hit after hit.
And
2 on, nobody out.
Eovaldi, you can tell he's looking around. What do I got to do? That thing was actually not a bad pitch, 95 miles per hour, well inside. Ozuna just barely gets his hands around, fists that thing into right field for another duck snort single. Beautifully done.
I would say 3 of those 4 hits were actually good pitches.
And Mike Maddox is coming out.
Only
to
the d'Arnaud pitch did he really get on top of, and that's what Maddox is talking to Eovaldi right now. He's going, what's going on? He goes, I don't know what the hell's going on. You see what's going on. They're hitting it where they ain't. That's what's going on.
Yeah, and that's an impressive display of hitting, right? All the time in baseball nowadays, all the sabermetrics, everyone's worried about barrel rate. And
if you're Eovaldi talking to Mike Maddox right now, do you look at him and say, can you text your brother? I need his advice, not yours. You were terrible. You were absolutely awful in the majors.
Get Greg here ASAP, please. phone him in. It's like Family Feud or Jeopardy, phone a friend. Or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I'm sorry.
Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. The powwow's done at the mound. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The first pitch is just off the plate wide. They're going to call that a wide, strike one. It's 0-1.
I think I'm starting to feel a little bad for Eovaldi to this point. That thing was outside for sure.
Is it too early to start the Ozuna for president for 24? The 0-1 pitch, down and away, it's 1-1.
Ozuna, for real, though, what a turnaround from our first game we did together this year.
Absolutely. The 1-1 pitch. Kicks and deals down below the knees. It's 2-1. Arcia batting .342, 3 home runs, 11 RBI.
He's
back
having
in that Texas lineup. If you're wondering what happened to him, he had a hamstring injury at the beginning of the year, went on the IL around April 12th. It's the 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third. It's a high hopper thrown to second, and a slow running Arcia is going to get doubled up. So it's a 5-4-3 double play on the 2 outs. The runner, Darnode, makes it down to third.
At least they got a man in third, but double play, unfortunate there. He busted it down the line, the throw just barely.
He was hustling, but Arcia is one of the slower running shortstops in, I was about to say Major League Baseball, but you could make the argument the universe. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on and grounded foul, and it's 0-1. Now, Harris dropped down the 9th order, and I love this. Been talking about this for weeks. I wanted to see Harris back down at number 9 because now you've got to pitch to him because Acuna's on deck.
Mm-hmm.
The 0-1, runner on third, 2 away, 2 already in. The wind up, the pitch from Eovaldi, lets it go. Swing, and that ball's rifled over to first, but right at low, hard hit on the ground. He'll flip it to Eovaldi, and it is a 1-3 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board. We head to the bottom of 2, up 2. It's 2-0 in Texas.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or, we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff, because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 2-0. Spencer Strider will go back to work here in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch on the way from Strider's a fastball on the outer edge. 98, lighting up the gun on Garcia, and it's 0-1.
Garcia, good power source.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 97 at the knees. It's 0-2.
Coming into the game at a 252 batting average, Adolis is hitting.
So fastball to start him off. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. 3 straight bullets blew right by Garcia, and there's one away.
Adolis cannot keep up with the Spencer fastballs right there. Heavy dose of fastballs. And on 60 strikeouts swinging this year, 29 done by four-seam, 31 done via slider. There's another one in the four-seam column, blew it right by him.
Strider back to work, and the first pitch is a fastball swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-1.
That thing was nasty. That had upper in movement. Hard to keep up with.
The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and deals from Strider. Fastball outer edge. They're going to call that wide for a ball. 1-1.
They called that for strike last half for Eovaldi.
The 1-1 from Strider. Lets it fly. Fastball misses outside 98. It's 2-1.
Heim batting .313. One of the better hitting catchers this season so far.
The 2-1 from Strider. Lets it go. Slider right there at the top of the zone. It's 2-2.
Just caught the top of the zone, but it definitely did catch a chunk of the zone. So good call by the Blue.
The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 2-2.
Strider looking to stay pretty efficient here. He's at the 16 pitch clip. 1 1/3 plus batters in so far.
Braves 2, Rangers nothing. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside. It's 3-2.
And Heim's looking for base hit ball 4, but Strider could still throw a little bit off the plate for a strikeout swing here. Heim's going to swing if it's close.
The 3-2 pitch, swing, and fouled back out of play. Do it again with the full count.
Strider leads MLB starters in Ks per 9 inning with a 15.2 ratio.
The 3-2 delivery. Check swing, strike 3. And there's 2 strikeouts here for Spencer Strider to get it going.
Like we just said here on Braves Country, you could throw a little bit outside of the zone and still get him to swing for a strike if you're Strider. That's how good of stuff he has. So he went out of the strike zone a little bit there, down and in. Heim looked a little lost, tried to check his swing, wasn't even close.
I don't know who's keeping up with the K's tonight in the chat, but you better get busy. We already got 2 in. First pitch on the way to Grossman is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Robbie Grossman, ex-Atlanta Brave. The 1-0. Fastball misses outside, 2-0.
Ex-Tiger, ex-Astro, ex-Brave.
None of that matters except for the Brave part.
He's been everywhere.
The 2-0 pitch. Lets it go. Right there on the edge. Whoa! All right, I'm not sure. Well, it's Lance Barksdale. Never mind. This is par for the course with him. So 3-0 to Grossman. Curious to see if he gives in here. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss, and it's 3-1.
Strider pumping a fastball there down the middle, challenging Grossman on a 3-0 count.
The 3-1 from Strider. Fastball swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It looks like it's foul up into the upper deck. Grossman got a hold of that one, but could not keep it straight.
And Strider provided the power there with that sort of fastball sitting at the upper 90s. It was only about 5 feet to the right of that foul pole. Just foul, but nothing more than a long strike.
The 3-2 from Strider, 2 outs. Swing and fouls it away again. We'll do it again at 3-2.
You can tell Strider is trying to get a punch out here, nibbling away at the corners, that one top left-hand corner.
The 3-2 pitch from Strider. Fastball misses outside wide, ball 4. It's the first walk of the game for Strider.
He'll look to keep this inning in control here, and free passes do hurt you in the game of baseball. We see it all the time. Let's hope he could limit the damage here. He's been doing great tonight so far. I got faith.
So Ezekiel Duran comes to the plate. He went yard last night. The first pitch on the way to him is a fastball high and tight, swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Duran, a former top 100 prospect in all of Major League Baseball.
The 0-1 from Strider to Duran. Fastball, swing and a miss, 97 up top. It's 0-2.
Has him right where he wants him. He can really expand the zone here, a couple of pitches if he wants.
So you got an 0-2 count to Duran, who calls for time, and now he's set. The 0-2, they set up outside. The wind up the pitch from Strider, swing and fouls it down the line. Foul, and it's 0-2.
Strider, the former 4th round pick, and he's 24 years old, from Columbus, Ohio.
0-2 pitch. Strider lets it fly, swing and fouls it back again. Tough at bat here. You got an 0-2 count, but to the credit of Duran's fouled a couple off, staying alive. Strider was such a quick first inning, now up to 30 pitches.
Real fun matchup here.
The 0-2 pitch, righty-righty matchup on the way. Swing and a miss, and Duran is down on strikes. The reflex wasn't quite good enough. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Where's the scissors? I gotta give this thing some flav. What are you doing?
Crew necks are for squares and Mormons.
Oh, cute. Should we do mine? I don't know. If you have no car, why open the garage?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There's something in its intimacy. There's something in that incredible greenness. There's something in the peculiarity of the way that the outfield wall follows its meandering path from right to left. There's something about the way that it fits so tightly and neatly into the city, not surrounded by endless acres of ballparks. And there's something about the fact that it has been the site of so much baseball sorrow, has gone down there, that you can compare it to a Civil War battlefield. It is a vale of tears.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the box, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball down and away. It's 1-0.
Acuna, many's choice for early season MVP to this point.
I can't imagine anyone any better. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing and an excuse me swing. It's going to be a ground out to short, 6-3 put out, and there's one away.
Eovaldi at the 31 pitch mark through 2 1/3 inning after that Acuna dribbler to the shortstop. You can tell he regretted it, said, no, let me hold it, but bat met ball at that point, a little too late.
So that'll bring Olson to the plate. Olson, righty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch is inside to Matt for a ball. It's 1-0. Olson fouled out in the first. The 1-0 from Eovaldi. Fastball, outer edge for a strike. It's 1-1.
Eovaldi could really bring it. Eovaldi is a veteran in the major leagues.
The 1-1 from Eovaldi. Swing, and that ball's sliced down the line. It's 1-2.
He's played in LA, Miami, New York, Tampa, Boston, and now Texas, one-time All-Star.
The 1-2 pitch, high and inside, called strike 3. Olson doesn't like it, but there's 2 away.
Seems like Eovaldi has gotten a couple borderline pitches tonight that Spencer Strider really hasn't, and I'm not one to pick a bone with the umps, but when you're broadcasting a game, you could tell who gets the better calls, and so far it's been Texas. Let's hope he straightens this thing out.
Braves 2, Texas nothing. The first pitch to Ozzie is swung on and popped up. Weak fly ball to center field, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the third. It's 2-0 in Texas.
Go to a psychic with her.
A psychic? He considers them not just mumbo-jumbo, but extra jumbo mumbo-jumbo. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they're friends. I just wish he'd be that comfortable around me already.
It took him a long time to get comfortable around me, too.
Really? What did you do?
Something terrible in a former life? I don't know.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
All right, just wash your hands before you use it. I don't get your germs.
Whoa. Washing your hands is healthy? I did it because it felt good. I have so much to learn.
After Cleveland's great pitcher Addie Joss died, his fellow ball players staged a benefit game to aid his widow. All the great stars came. Walter Johnson, Smokey Joe Wood, Napoleon Lajoie, and Ty Cobb. The game was a great success. They managed to raise $12,931, but it only increased the players' anxieties. With no pensions of their own, or job security, or grievance procedure with the owners, they felt powerless. They now formed a players' fraternity. It had 2 goals: to rid baseball of the hated reserve clause, and to gain a larger share of the profits for the men who made those profits possible. At first, they got nowhere. The owners simply ignored them.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider goes back to work, and the first pitch is swung on, grounded by Smith over to first. A 4-3. They're going to say that he is safe. It's a close one. They may take a look at that. Ozzie had to backhand it. Snicker needs a second to see if they're going to challenge it. They're going to say they're not. So an infield single.
Great hustle there from number 47, Smith.
Taking a look at the replay, looks like his foot hit the bag. Millisecond before the ball hit the glove. So an infield single to start the inning. The number 9 hitter, Taveras, comes to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball high and outside. It's 1-0.
Leody Taveras, 1 home run, 13 runs batted in so far in the young season.
The 0-1 pitch, or 1-0 pitch, excuse me. Righty-lefty matchup. Strider turns around and flips it over to first. And we'll do it again at 1-0.
1 of 2 engagements from Strider with the space runner.
If you missed the news from earlier, as the 1-0 pitch misses outside wide, it's 2-0. Mike Soroka pitched today. Pitched pretty well. 4 2/3 innings, about 80. I think they said 83 pitches, and 5 strikeouts, 1 run. By far his best outing so far. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-1.
And anytime you miss as much as Soroka did, it's going to take some time to get in the groove of things. So fully expect him to take all the time he needs, which he's been doing and paying off.
The 2-1 pitch. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss. 96 on the outer edge. It's 2-2.
It wasn't long ago when everyone was clamoring at the bit over Soroka, the young phenom pitcher.
The 2-0. Or 2-2, excuse me. On the way, 98 just misses off the plate. It's 3-2.
Soroka, one of those steady guys in 2019, 2.68 ERA in 29 starts. If they get anything like that, him and Strider, look out.
The 3-2 pitch on the way. Runner is on the way, and looks like the pitch was low, so ball 4. Strider's walked another. And there's 2 on and nobody out.
And that's the 8 and 9 hitters getting on here. I'd like to see the replay again. Looks like it just missed the bottom portion of the zone. It also doesn't help that it's a 3-2 count, hit and run. The catcher's glove is kind of pushing towards the bottom as is.
So the 2-0 pitch to Simeon, the leadoff hitter, is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0.
Simeon having a nice season here for the Rangers.
The 1-0 delivery, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-1.
Simeon's batting .525 with runners in scoring position so far this season. A real threat out there, but Strider, he has the ability to put him down. Let's see what he could bring here.
The 1-1 from Strider. Kicks and deals. High and inside. Ball 2, 2-1.
You could tell that tempted Simeon a little bit, even though it was so high as his hands twitched toward the plate. It looked like he wanted to go, but he didn't.
The 2-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's rifled into right field. Acuna's underneath it. Has it. Fires that ball back into the infield. Everyone slams on the brakes when he unloads the bazooka, and there's one away.
Great job there by Ronald Acuna to catch the ball with great form, get it in the infield quickly with 2 quick runners on base. No one's able to advance, and that's a big deal with Corey Seager here coming up. You know he's antsy and eager in his return to get some runs driven across home plate. Great job there by Acuna to not let the runners advance.
So 2 on, 1 out, and now Corey Seager coming to the plate. The dangerous bat from the left side. The first pitch is a fastball on the outer edge. Just kisses the black for a strike. It's 0-1. Great pitch.
Great pitch. That's hard to do anything with if you're a hitter.
Yeah, if you're Seager, you don't even offer it that with on the first pitch of the at bat. That's a pitcher's pitch.
Mm-hmm.
The 0-1 delivery. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. Same type of area, but a little out of the zone. It's 1-1.
And if you're going to miss, you might as well miss up with the fastball, as it's so hard to make contact with if you miss up.
The 1-1, Strider lets it go, and off the plate wide, 2-1.
Got to reel it in here. Make sure he doesn't let the count get any more out of whack than it is at 2-1.
Strider nibbling on the outer edge. And now the count in Seager's favor. They set up again outside. The 2-1 pitch and swing, and that ball's rifled into left field. Making the catch is Rosario. The runners will stay put, and there's now 2 away.
2 decently hard-hit balls by their prized free agent possessions of last offseason, Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. 2 outs, 1 to left field, 1 to right field. And this Braves outfield is gritty. Nothing crazy, but some good routine plays, and Strider is back in the driver's seat just like that.
2 Einsteins, 2 atom balls, and there's 2 away. Baltimore leads LA 3-1. That game is in the 8th. Time called by home plate umpire Lance Barksdale. We'll go back to it. Now Nathaniel Lowe, the number 3 hitter, not out of the woods yet. First pitch on the way to Lowe is swung on and banged off the plate foul. It's 0-1.
Saya Suzuki just hit his second home run of the night for the Cubs as they take a 5-1 lead here on the Houston Astros.
Two nothing your score, 2 on, 2 out. Here in the bottom of the third. The 0-1 pitch. Strider lets it go high and out of the zone. 96 miles an hour. It's 2-1. 4 putt. I hear you. That's pretty funny.
Low 0 for 1 coming in. Strider making him go 0 for 2, hopefully.
The 1-1 pitch. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Blew it right by him. It's 1-2.
Now you could do whatever you want on these next couple of pitches as you're in the driver's seat. Make him chase if you need. Don't give him a good pitch to hit here.
So a 1-2 count, 2 on, 2 out. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Blew it right by him. And that'll end the inning. So 2 got on, but none got in. We'll be back in a flash. Riley, Rosario, and Darnode coming to the plate.
Today I'm going to show you how to tie a tie with the help of my gay nephew, Peter Piscitello. Gay? I'm not gay. What are you talking about? Of course you are. No, I'm not. Why would you think I was gay? You ever hear yourself talk, Peter? You're gay. What are you talking about? This is how I talk. Peter, you got nothing to be ashamed about. The whole family supports you. Excuse me, the whole family?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. 2021 Cardinals, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
So Deshaun Watson blocked me on Twitter. Guess I must have rubbed him the wrong way.
In 1914, a band of rich businessmen, hoping to get in on the baseball action, formed their own league, the Federal League. They began offering big money to big stars, willing to sign up with their teams. They even gave the players the right to become free agents. 81 players were lured to the new league, including Three Finger Brown, Joe Tinker, and Chief Bender. Old ballparks were renovated and new ones built, including one on Chicago's north side that would one day be called Wrigley Field. But the upstart league was a direct challenge to Ban Johnson, who resented the interlopers just as National League owners had resented him when he launched the American League in 1901. Johnson denounced the competition as pirates and threatened to blacklist any players who jumped to the new league. But to stem the flood of deserting players, he and his owners also raised the salaries of remaining stars and pledged to do better even by average players in the future.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley leads it off. He takes a first pitch strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Eovaldi looking to settle in here in the 4th.
The 0-1 pitch from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss. Strike well below the knees. It's 0-2.
Riley with a duck snort single his first at bat. Let's see if he could duplicate as he came around to score in the second.
The 0-2. Eovaldi flips it on the outer edge. Caught looking. Strike 3. And there's one away.
Eovaldi is tough with the strikeouts. He has a lot of strikeout pitches this year so far. Adds to that total there. Looks like, let's see, a little outside to me. It looks like might have caught the edge of the zone, but hard pitch to do anything with there if you're Riley.
So Eddie Rosario come to the plate, and first pitch misses well inside for a ball. It's 1-0, 92-mile-an-hour cutter.
Rosario with the hero so far in this one, as he had a homer back in the second.
The 1-0. Curveball on the outer edge just misses. It's 2-0.
Eovaldi struggling to find the zone here against Rosario, maybe dancing around him a little bit.
The 2-0 pitch just misses off the edge. 3-0. Yeah, it looks like he's nibbling. He's treating Rosario the way Strider was treating Seager.
He certainly is.
You're just joining us. Eddie Rosario, a 2-run bomb to make it 2-0 his last time up. The 3-0 pitch down below the knees, but Barksdale calls it for a low strike. Eddie doesn't like it. It's 3-1.
None of that ball, none of that pitch hit the K zone there. Terrible call.
The 3-1 swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Giving chase, third baseman makes the catch over by the dugout. Smith had to lean in, and there's 2 away. Should be standing on first with 1 out. Instead, there's two out, nobody on. And you can tell the disgust in Rosario's face as he heads back to the dugout. I'm sure he's got some choice words in his head right now for Barksdale.
And Barksdale with his wide zone tonight. Rosario probably expanded a little bit there, but you can't blame him as he's been really inconsistent. You got to swing if it's close, and he got robbed ultimately as Smith leaned into foul territory.
So that'll bring Darno to the plate. Darno takes the first pitch off wide for a ball. It's 1-0. He's 1 for 1.
Up to 318s on the season average-wise, 734 OPS.
The 1-0. Swing and a miss strike on the just inside. It's 1-1.
Both of these teams coming in at 26-16 atop of their divisions tonight. Good first place battle between the NL East and the AL West. Maybe a future battle down the road in the postseason.
The 1-1 pitch. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Lance Barksdale. Can't find the one more recent than this, so maybe it's his last time. I would think he's been out there one more time as the 1-2 misses in the dirt, 2-2. On May 6th, to give you an idea of how bad he's been, he missed as the 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards short. It's going to be an easy play for Simeon. Flips it over to first and a 6-3 put out. More on Barksdale when we come back. I got a scorecard from last time out.
You're not out there. You can't be because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The Federal League owners fought back, charging that the major leagues constituted a monopoly, and they sued organized baseball in federal court in Chicago in 1915. The presiding judge was said to be death on trusts, but he was also a baseball fan. He refused to rule quickly, and the months dragged on. Finally, Federal League owners, increasingly strapped for cash after 2 shaky seasons, gave up. The new league collapsed. So did Ban Johnson's promises of better pay. Chris Speaker's salary was cut in half. The players were as powerless as they had been before, and still the federal judge had not ruled.
Do you realize that a decision in this case may tear down the very foundations of this game? Any blows at the thing called baseball would be regarded by this court as a blow to a national institution. Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Strider back to work against Garcia. Inning number 4 underway, and the first pitch is a check swing strike. It's 0-1.
This one's going at a quick rate, so enjoy the pitchers do what we got going here so far.
Strider already at 51 pitches, the 0-1. Way off the plate wide, it's 1-1.
Garcia batting clean up here, 0 for 1 on the night so far. He does have dangerous power.
Garcia, Heim, and Grossman do up. The 1-1 from Strider. Swing, and hits it high in the sky. Is that going to stay in? Nope, that's going to bring rain. Well, fake rain because we're inside. It's 2-1. Braves lead has been cut in half.
Adolis Garcia showing that power we've been talking about here. Sadly, exit velocity 102.9. Doesn't get a ton of distance on that, but, you know, Strider's pitches are so powerful. They help the batter make the ball fly when it does.
Talked about it at the beginning of the series, and I said the one guy that I didn't want to see beat us was Garcia, and now they've allowed 2 home runs by Garcia in back-to-back nights. So Garcia's in, and it's a 2-1 game. The first pitch to Heim is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
Heim looking to pick up where Garcia left off. 0 for 1 thus far.
The 0-1 down below the knees. It's 1-1. So Barksdale, his last time out, or the last time that I see a scorecard of him out, he missed 11 pitches. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. Looked like the slider. It's 1-2.
Barksdale.
And he missed 5 in the zone, 6 out of the zone. The 1-2 just off the plate. It's 2-2, 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Heim going to do anything he can to stay alive here.
The 2-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt. Ball 3, 3-2. So in that game, New York beat Tampa Bay 3-2. And the expectation of the calls that were made went almost a run into the favor of the Yankees. So essentially the winning run. The 3-2 pitch misses outside wide, ball 4, and Strider loses another one with nobody out.
Strider walking has been his Achilles heel tonight, and you better be careful. Those walks can come back to haunt you. He's now at 59 pitches through 3+ innings.
His pitch count is his biggest Achilles heel. As he'll set him down with the strikes, but he'll also walk, and that runs up your pitch count, both of them. First pitch on the way to Grossman's a swing and a miss strike, and it's 0-1.
Reminds me of when Rich Harden used to get all those strikeouts, but Strider is better than Harden was. But
yes, obviously. The 0-1 pitch. Strider lets it go, and down below the knee, slider misses. It's 1-1.
Well, Harden did have a very good career, so he can't discredit that type of pitcher. He was either.
He's no Strider. I'll just leave it at that. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground into right field. Acuna picks it up and lets it fly, and the throw to third, close play. The runner hustling all the way. Heim runs okay for a catcher, and it's runners on the corners, nobody out.
And Strider looking vulnerable right now as he's letting up a plethora of walks and hits here. Heim does just get in over the tag there at third. Strider's working himself into a jam here. Let's see if he could get himself out of it.
So runners on the corners, nobody out. 1 run already in. Strider is at 62 pitches.
Mm.
The first pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's rifled down the right field line. That's going to be a run. It's into the corner. 1 run will score. The game is tied. Acuna's got the ball, and he'll get it back into the infield, but runners on second and third, and nobody out. The game is tied up at 2 apiece.
Duran coming off the heels of a night where he hit his longest home run. Harry hits a slap shot on the ground down the first base line. That thing was a screaming Mimi, able to bring a run across the board here, and now the Rangers are threatening with 2 runners in scoring position on top of that. Got to limit the damage now if you're Strider. Keep this thing tied if you can and head into the 5th somehow, but no outs, so has a hole to climb out of. He could do it if anyone can.
So Kranitz, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to Strider, and coming undone. Runners on second and third, nobody out.
One of the rare spots you would probably trade a run for an out here, but it does look like the corners will be in. It looks like corners might be in and the mid infield might be positioned back here.
First pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's roasted down the right field line, just foul. Second time through this lineup, and the Rangers are teeing off on them.
Smith legged out an infield single on the LB's backhand last at bat. He had just barely eked it out for an infield hit. 1 for 1 on the night.
0-1 pitch. The Braves infield is playing back. The 0-1 fastball, top of the zone, and misses. It's 1-1.
Smith is batting .359 in his last 8 games. He's caught on fire here of late for Texas in May.
The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Darnode. It's 2-1.
Darnode there's smothering the ball, making sure those runners on second and third don't go anywhere.
Two on, nobody out. The pitch on the way. That ball's hammered down the right field line, just foul, and it's 2-2.
Upsetting news if you're a Red Sox fan. Alex Verdugo has left the game early tonight with an apparent groin injury against the Mariners.
Rays lead the Mets 2-0. That game is in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Strider lets it fly, swing, and fouls it off down the left field line. It's 2-2 once again.
Rookie pitcher Kodai Senga had 12 strikeouts through 6 innings and 1 earned run against the Rays in that one.
The 2-2 from Strider. Lets it fly, swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Strider here, nearing the 70 pitch mark. Smith is being a tough at bat now and previously all throughout the game so far.
So a 2-2 count. Darnode sets up inside this time. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout. Foul tip 97 into the glove of Darnode, and there's 1 away.
There we go. That's what we're talking about. Strider with the high heat there. He could get out of this situation if anyone can. It's going to be him. Makes Smith chase way up there.
So Taveras comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch wide outside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Looks like the Braves are getting their bullpen busy. I believe that's Jesse Chavez getting loose.
The 1-0 from Strider. Swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-1. And this is the most irritating thing about this, or disappointing, I guess is a better word, is that when you're down with so many starting pitchers on the IL, Strider's got to go out and pitch more innings. 4 is not going to cut it. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
And Tavares is looking to stay hot here of late. The 9-hitter walked his first time up, but finds himself in a deep hole here. Strider looking for back-to-back strikeouts.
I'd say the Mets updates are coming because the Phillies game's already in the books. Philadelphia, if you missed it, lost today 7-4 to San Fran. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Harris Coes flies, throws the ball to home, and he's got him. Nailed him. What a throw by Harris, and a great tag by Darno. Just got the runner who was flying around head first slide, and a hell of a play by Harris.
Great play by Harris, and limits of damage there. Would have been deflating to get down 2 in this one. Harris says not so fast, and a fast runner he throws out at the plate as well. Duran is really quick and nimble on his feet. Incredible throw there by Michael Harris. That thing was on the money, and great tag by Travis d'Arnaud as well.
So a huge play. Texas did take the lead. It's 3-2, but now 2 outs and a runner on first. I think almost as big a play as that is that the runner on the runner didn't go down to scoring position. First pitch on the way to Simeon's popped up. Can of corn over past short. Arcia will get it. That'll end the inning. So maybe a big play to ignite this Braves offense. Ozuna, Arcia, and Muddy Mike coming to the plate.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year.
Well, 10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, over 30, 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right. Hey, I've got an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live. Okay.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating. But they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Back to Braves country baseball. First pitch on the way from Eovaldi is a strike right there at the knees inside to Ozuna. It's 0-1.
Eovaldi at the 50 pitch mark in 4+ innings.
The 0-1 inside, taken for a ball, 1-1.
Ozuna looking to stay hot here. 6 home runs in his last 9 games to the state.
The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. Good take by Marcel. It's 2-1.
Very good indeed. Part of his better approach is patience. I think we could agree.
The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled right up the middle, but right into the teeth of the defense. And Simeon's got it. Flips over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out. Hard hit ball.
Now Atlanta is only down 1 here, and all these guys in their lineup could pretty much change it with one swing of the bat. Let's see if Arcia could be that man to do just that.
Lando Arcia, righty-righty matchup. He's 0 for 1. The first pitch to him is a slider on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
And Arcia coming in here, battling Evaldi, who's been tough tonight.
The 0-1. Just off the plate wide, 1-1. Arcia 338 on the year, 3 home runs, 949 OPS.
4 for 7 with the homer and 2 doubles in this series so far.
The 1-1 on the way, swinging that ball sit right up the middle. It's a comebacker. Evaldi's got it. He flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out for out number 2.
And that thing was a rocket up the middle, but Evaldi does one of those things where he goes, look what I found, reaches down, finds a baseball, and throws it over to first. Arcia did hit that one very hard, though. That's unfortunate.
Give you an idea about that Marcelo Zuna ground out that I was referencing. 105 miles an hour off the bat. First pitch on the way to Harris is a fastball, high strike out on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
That's what they call a smoke shot off the bat.
The 0-1. Down off the plate wide, it's 2-1. Yeah, Plu, I'd say it's a pretty good play when you consider the fact that they have access to the full bullpen the rest of the way. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards first. And stepping on the bag is low, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Seager, Lowe, and Garcia coming to the plate.
Are you ready to eat?
Oh, right. Let's go. It's time to eat. We're going to dinner.
Dinner? Well, what time is it?
It's 4:30.
4:30. Who eats dinner at 4:30?
We got to catch the early bird. It's only between 4:30 and 6.
Yeah, they give you a tenderloin, a salad, and a baked potato for $4.95. You know what that costs you after 6? We eat at a decent hour. I'll treat, okay?
You're not buying us dinner.
I'm not force-feeding myself a steak at 4:30 to save a couple bucks, I'll tell you that.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Companies of every kind promoted baseball for their workers. Management believed it encouraged teamwork, provided a healthy way to fill spare time that might otherwise be devoted to labor agitation, and taught immigrant workers how to be real Americans. Nearly every industry had a lead: railroads, steel, electricity, coal and iron, textiles, meat packing, automobiles, and thousands of workers came out for factory games on the weekends.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider is a swing and a miss strike to Seager. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way bounces off the plate. It's 1-1.
Strider working rather quickly here. In this 2 pitches so far in this inning. He's looking to find a groove, I think, at 77 pitches on the night.
The 1-1 from Strider. They set up down low. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 1-1.
Seager 0 for 2 coming into this at-bat so far.
The 1-2 pitch from Strider. Fastball misses outside wide, 1-2.
Jesse Chavez looks like he's warm, waiting for a chance to get into this one.
Let's hope we can put a pin in that for a minute. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Strider. He rocks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away.
Nice strikeout there from Strider. That's what he does best, and he's going to still make the most of what he can tonight. His stuff hasn't been too bad. He's just getting hit where they ain't, and that's what's happened so far. But looking to right the ship here, still a lot of time to get a W.
So Lowe, the number 3 hitter, comes to the plate. He swings at the first pitch, and it's going to be grounded up the middle. And Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, a 4-3 put out for out number 2.
Ozzy's gotten a couple challenging ones at second tonight. We've seen Smith beat out one that took him into the hole here. He had to charge it. Nice job to get the out at first.
Garcia already with 1 home run tonight, 1 for 2. The first pitch to Adolis Garcia is a fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
Garcia looking to get on the board here again with another home run. Hopefully Strider could keep the ball where he wants it.
If you missed it earlier today, the Phillies have lost.
Always a good thing.
The 0-1 from Strider. Took a second to reset. Here's the pitch and swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Real quick on the scoreboard rundown, Jays and Yanks are tied at 0 apiece in the 8th. Red Sox 12-1 over the Mariners in the 6th. Rays 4, Mets 2. That is in the 8th. Cardinals over the Brewers 1-0. The 0-2 pitch misses outside wide. It's 1-2. White Sox over the Guardians 4-1. That game is in the 5th. Cubs 6-1 over the Astros in the 5th. And the rest of these games are in the books. There were a lot of day games, the 1-2. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into right field, and that ball's gone. They've given this man 3 home runs in 2 nights. And Texas leads by 2.
Adolis Garcia, we know he could kill you with power, and he's done so tonight times 2 now to get to 13 home runs and a whopping 46 runs batted in so far this season. There's not much.
Better keeps playing right into his hands. He's throwing these fastballs on the outer part of the plate, letting him get his arms extended. When he's gone inside and jammed him is when he's had success. So I don't know what the game plan was there, but anyways, we're back to it. Himes takes a swing at the first pitch, and it is a dribbler towards first. It's going to go foul, and it's 0-1. All these games are in the books. Marlins win 4-3 over the Nationals. Orioles win. Royals win. Rockies, Diamondbacks, Giants, Dodgers, Pirates all win. Your team played during the day, and I didn't say their name, then they did not win. So we're back to it on an 0-1 count to Heim, righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 from Strider, he lets it fly. Swing and a miss, fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-2.
Heim looking to keep the inning alive, but something tells me Strider's going to get him here with something as he's up 0-2 on the count. Very dangerous when he's ahead of the count 0-2. Heim, tough batter, 311 average, 6 stingers, 31 RBIs, and an 885 OPS to this point, and a walk in the 4th inning.
So the 0-2 pitch, called strike 3, caught looking, and that'll end the inning. Braves trail by 2. We head to the top of the 6th, but the top of the order coming to the plate.
Rally.
Could you imagine how hot I'd be if I ate right and took care of my body? I mean, I ain't going to do it, but could you imagine?
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Guess what? We played basketball in gym today.
I love basketball.
It was 5-on-5.
Did you guys win?
Well, it was tied with like 10 seconds left of the game.
Nice.
And I was over there. I was like, Kevin, because Kevin had the ball. I was like, throw me the ball. I'm open. And he didn't see me, so I ran to the top. I was like, I'm open, Kevin. And then everybody on my team was like, Kevin, Derek's open. And he threw it to me. And I looked at the time, and it's running down. And it's like 3, 2. And I just closed my eyes, and I just throw the ball up.
And
it went over the backboard.
Armchair.
On September 20th, 1914, more than 100,000 people filled Cleveland's Brookside Stadium to see the Telling Strollers beat the Hannah Cleaners 8-3.
The ones I remember are the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, who were semi-pro, I guess they were called in those days. And they had jobs around town, but the main thing they did was play baseball. And they were a tobacco-chewing crowd, and men were fearful that their daughters might go out with one of them, that kind of thing. They hung around the pool hall a lot when they weren't working or playing baseball. And they were all looking forward to a career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads off. First pitch on the way to Ronald is inside. Did he go around? They check down the first base umpire, and he says, no, it's 1-0, Will Little.
Eovaldi's been efficient to this point.
Got a question for you, Chicago man. The 1-0 pitch. Clips it inside. They're going to call that an inside strike. It's 1-1. This video that came out with Tim Anderson, and I know you're a Cubs guy. You're not a Sox guy.
Mm-hmm.
But where he's saying, I hate this place, and now they're trying to say that that's not what he was saying. The 1-1 swing and a miss, it's 1-2. What did it look like to you that he was saying?
I thought it looked like to me he was saying he told an old pal.
The 1-2 pitch, swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. It's 1-2.
He told an old pal who was playing first base, Jose Abreu, longtime White Sox. He hated it there. He doesn't like it.
I agree. I think it's funny how they try to Zapruder film everything in baseball now with John Boy Media and everybody else. The 1-2 pitch is swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep and over the wall. Light tower power, and it's a solo shot for your Atlanta Braves. His 11th of the year, 429 happy feet, and it's 4-3. The Braves cut it to 1.
Can you say MVP? This guy's electric. And I'll tell you what, he's not like Tim Anderson. He loves it here, man. He's ripping home runs, having the season of a lifetime. I mean, Ronald Acuna has great seasons every season, but man, he is fun to watch. Not many guys in baseball are must-watch at bats. Ronald Acuna is one of those guys.
I think he loves it everywhere. First pitch on the way to Olsen is down and in, swing and a foul. It's 0-1.
He's going to have a little bit of real estate everywhere after he's done hitting all over the map this year.
The 0-1 for Eovaldi. Kicks and deals. Inside. Almost clips him. It's 1-1.
I chuckled earlier at someone suggesting Olsen moves down in the order, perhaps.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it against lefties. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and not deep enough. Caught in center field, and there's one away.
Against lefties, it wouldn't be bad. Cubs have done that with times with Cody Bellinger this year as well against lefties, so I understand that. But to me, righties, I'd keep him in the 2-hole at least against righties.
He's just been struggling so bad, and Braves fans are just – what we're seeing is this big hole at the top where him and Riley, they're just not hitting.
Mm-hmm.
First pitch on the way to Albies is 0-2, is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Albies 0 for 2 on the night. And Albies is up in the lineup now because he's hot, but Albies is extremely streaky. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Swing and pops it up. That'll be easily playable into center for out number 2. Tavares making the catch.
Ozzie Albies 6th in the MLB in extra base hits this season with 20. He was looking to get one of those there. Just got under it, popped it up to who else other than Adolis Garcia. Makes a routine catch, and now the Braves are looking to stay alive here in the top of the 6th.
So top of the 6th, 2 away. Riley comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2, and the first pitch is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Once again, Eovaldi's only at 70 pitches here in the 6th inning. So the Braves have not done a good job of running the count up. The 1-0's grounded foul, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, and it makes sense as his damage came from home runs with that low of a pitch count still. Usually if you walk guys, it's a little north of that.
The 1-1 pitch. Down the plate. Down off the plate wide. It's 2-1.
Eovaldi looking to stay in a quick rhythm here, getting right back to it.
The 2-1 pitch. And it's strike 2. It's 2-2.
Riley, I'm looking to see what.
I was laughing at something put in the chat. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Riley. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Riley's down on strikes. But not before your Atlanta Braves cut it to 1. It's 4-3. We head to the bottom of 6.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George!
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller Rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum. But up there, I was on the ball team.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you stepped away or you're just joining us, going to give you a quick recap. Braves went up 2-0 with a home run from Rosario in the second, and the fourth Garcia homered to make it 2-1. Duran doubled to right, scoring Heim to make it 2-2 in the fourth. And then Tavares singled and Grossman scored to make it 3-2. But Duran was thrown out at home. The first pitch on the way from Jesse Chavez, who's now in the game. This is outside. It's 1-0. After that, Garcia homered again to make it a 2-run game. And moments ago, Acuna hit a 429 bomb to make it 4-3.
Mm-hmm.
The 1-1 from Chavez, swing, and that ball's hit into left field on the run. Sliding catch by Rosario, and there's one away.
Great glove there from Rosario. I kept wondering, will he get there? slides down to one knee late in the process, gets his glove extended, barrels over the top of it. Outstanding job there by Eddie Rosario.
So one away. Grossman sits down. And Chavez will go to work on the right hand. Tries to drop down a bunt. Duran, who went deep last night, they said he offered. It's 0-1.
Duran got thrown out in the plate earlier in this one.
The 0-1 to Duran. Swing, and that ball's hit down the line, foul, out of play. It's 0-1.
Trying to bunt with his speed, and that's what makes a Michael Harris put out that much more impressive. He's got the wheels. That throw earlier in tonight's game was spot on, and it could play big dividends for Atlanta.
The 0-2 to Duran. Kicks and deals on the way, swinging. That ball's hit high and deep into right field. Underneath it is Acuna. And there's 2 away.
And that ball kind of just fell short of the track 10 to 20 feet. Kind of died out there. It was carrying. Next thing you know, it was not going anywhere. Jesse Chavez so far, 6 pitches to get 2 outs. That's what you love to see if you're Brian Snitker.
So 2 down, and Smith comes to the plate, and first pitch is a cutter right there on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
Smith 1 for 2 with an infield base hit.
The 0-1 down below the knees. It's 1-1.
Smith looking to use his speed to get back on the bases. Chavez trying to say not so fast.
Smith 1 for 2 with a single. The 1-1 outside wide. It's 2-1.
Chavez looking to attack the zone here as Smith bats .217 on the season.
The 2-1 from Chavez. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. 2-2 inside cut.
Looking crisp tonight. Looking to get out of this one quick and build some momentum here for the Bravos.
The 2-2. Caught him looking. Cutter on the outer edge. Just kissed the black, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll grab the bats. Let's get some runs. Rosario, Darno, Ozuna coming to the plate.
We want to know what your plans are.
I've got some questions I want answers. What are you doing about moving out?
I don't know.
About Donna?
I don't know.
Your job?
I don't know.
Your future?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with an, I don't know.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
He never complained, never alibied. He was never known to criticize a teammate or call an opposing ball player lucky. He accepted his great success modestly and the many vicissitudes of his life in silence. He was easy to like and hard to know. New York World Telegram.
If Walter Johnson and Christy Mathewson had a challenger for the title of best pitcher in baseball, it was a troubled young right-hander named Grover Cleveland Alexander. A Nebraska farm boy, the son and grandson of alcoholics, and one of 13 children. He had honed his startling accuracy by hurling rocks to kill birds to help feed his family. He was a minor league star at 22 when a shortstop's throw to first hit him squarely between the eyes. He was unconscious for 2 days, then stricken with double vision. He kept throwing anyway, and after months of relentless work, his vision suddenly and mysteriously cleared, though he remained subject to epileptic seizures for the rest of his life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Eddie Rosario coming back to the plate. He's homered earlier in the game. And the first pitch on the way to Rosario is taken for a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1.
Eovaldi staying efficient.
The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's hit over towards the left side, but making the play is the third baseman, Smith. Fires it across the diamond. It's a 5-3 putout. One away.
Smith is a pretty new third baseman in relative to MLB terms, and it's called the hot corner for a reason. Rosario smoked that one, but no avail there.
So Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. d'Arnaud, 1 for 2. The first pitch misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0.
Eovaldi sits at 6'2", 217 pounds out there from Houston, Texas, at 33 years young.
The 1-0, swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
Really cranking now.
1-1 to d'Arnaud. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1.
Travis d'Arnaud trying to get something going here.
2-1 to d'Arnaud. The wind up to pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2. d'Arnaud still not hit a home run this year. This be a good time to accomplish that feat.
Mm-hmm.
The 2-2 pitch on the way to d'Arnaud. The windup and swing and a miss. Chase one well off the plate out of the zone. There's 2 away.
Jonah Heim calling a pretty good game behind the plate tonight. He's having Eovaldi look pretty sharp out there as the 27-year-old backstop from Buffalo, New York is making Eovaldi pitch efficiently out there. Eovaldi misses his spot with that one. 1-0 here.
First pitch on the way to Ozuna's down below the knees, and it's 1-0. Ozuna 1 for 2, single in the second. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Catches the outer edge. It's 1-1. About time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. It's the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the line, but foul into the upper deck. It's 1-2. On this date in 1925, in a 2-1 loss to the Senators, Indians outfielder Tris Speaker singles off pitcher Tom Zachary to collect his 3,000th hit. The Gray Eagle becomes the 5th major leaguer to reach that milestone at the time. The 1-2 misses outside. 2-2. He joined Cap Anson, Honus Wagner, Nap LaHoy, and Ty Cobb, who had done it 4 years earlier. The 2-2 to Ozuna. And down below the knees, ball 3-2. On this date in 1970 at Crosley Field, Braves outfielder Hank Aaron, he collects 3,000th hit when he gets a single off of Reds pitcher Wayne Simpson. Hammer and Hank becomes the 9th player in Major League history with 500 home runs as the 3-2 pitch misses inside, ball 4, and Ozuna will head down to first. He becomes the 9th player in Major League history and the first with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits, reaching that milestone.
Hammer and Hank, one of my favorite baseball players of all time. He's truly a legend.
I find it interesting that it took, so up to 1925, you had 5, and then another 50 years to pass before you get 4 more.
Mm-hmm.
First pitch on the way to Arcia is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. And I would attribute most of that to the fact that the long ball became more prevalent, so scratching out base hits wasn't the name of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The 1-0 to Arcia, off the plate wide, ball 2, 2-0. On this date, 1939, Princeton beats Columbia 2-1, but what made it significant in a college baseball contest, W2XBS, as there's going to be a mound visit by the catcher, with an experimental station in New York City, airs the first baseball game on television. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Telecast was able to be viewed by fewer than 400 TV sets at the time, and that was in 1939.
Wow.
And one more, and this is a Braves turn back time from not that long ago, as the mound visit is over, so we'll wait till see what happens here. The 2-0 on the way, swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. 12 years ago today at Turner Field, Braves catcher Brian McCann, ninth inning pinch hit, game-tying solo shot off the Astros sends the contest into extra innings. The 2-1's inside, and it's 3-1.
McCann was
that
awesome.
2-run walk-off shot in the 11th, joining Jeff Heath as the only major leaguers to hit a ninth inning game-tying pinch hit home run and later win the game with a walk-off home run as the 3-1 pitch down below the knees, ball 4. And Eovaldi's walked the last two batters, runners on first and second and 2 away. It had only been done one other time before. That was done by Boston Braves left fielder, accomplished in 1949 in Boston. And it has not been done since. It's hard to believe that many years of baseball and just two random guys that happen to play for the same franchise.
As Mike Maddox is strolling to the mound here for a quick visit as their bullpen gets loose, as Eovaldi is running towards the 95 pitch mark, currently sitting at 92 pitches, starting to get up there out of nowhere.
So it looks like they're not. I thought maybe they're going to make the pitching change, but they're going to stick with him.
He's up to 18 pitches here in this inning. That's been his most by far any inning of this game, and 15 in the last inning. So 33 pitches in between 1 2/3 innings, and before that he had 58 through the first 5 1/3.
Braves trail by 1. Runners on first and second. Michael Harris is at the plate. And standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. I can't imagine he'll face him, so this is his last batter. First pitch on the way to Michael is swung on. He hits it into right field, and it's an easy out. That'll end the inning. So just like that, Michael Harris lines out. We'll go to break. It's 7th inning. Time to get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do, just to cheer up the boys he knew. He made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. They don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, ball game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez back to work here in the bottom of the 7th, excuse me. Misses low and outside. It's 1-0.
Chavez seems like he always finds his way back to the Atlanta Braves.
Letty Tavares Works it to 2-0. AJ Minter warming up in the pen. The 2-0, swing and a miss, and it's 2-1.
This is Jesse Chavez's fourth stint with the Braves currently.
The 2-1 from Jesse. Lets it fly, swing and a miss.
Looks like Minter's warming in the pen.
The 2-2. Just misses off the plate. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Chavez looking to mow him down here.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, got him. And there's one away.
Jesse Chavez was a member of the Braves in 2010. Also 2021, 2022, went to the Angels after, and now back here in Atlanta.
So Chavez will now face the top of the order. Simeon, he's 0 for 3 in the first pitch. Called for a wide strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1.
Chavez at 19 pitches.
The 0-1 just misses off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
Simeon 0 for 3 here tonight so far.
The 1-1 misses down and away. It's 2-1.
Dangerous hitter when he's up in the count.
2-1 pitch on the way. Called for a strike. It's 2-2.
Chavez looking to get him out here.
The 2-2 pitch from Jesse. Swing, and that ball's hammered into the gap. It's going to get down, and that'll be extra bases. Harris gets it off the wall, and he's going to go for 3. Here he comes. Here comes the throw, and he'll be in there safe. It's a 1-out triple for Simeon.
He could absolutely fly, puts his speed on display there. Chavez got him to a 2-strike count, left that pitch a little vulnerable. Simeon made the most of it. That thing was right down the middle in his sweet spot. Lucky that didn't escape the ballpark, but Simeon did the most. Wasn't a corralled ball, but still gets 3 bags out of it.
So Snicker's going to pull the plug on Chavez, and Minter comes in to face Seager. Hold on to your hats, Braves Country. It's going to be a bumpy ride. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake? Drake is good.
I told you the Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
For a limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That evens a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. It's one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah, Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learn something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com Welcome back to Braves Country. First pitch on the way to Seager is drilled into center field, and making the running catch is Harris, but that's going to be a run, and it's 5-3. A.J. Minter comes in, and the first pitch is deep into center field. It's 5-3.
And that was a really nice play by Michael Harris on a dead-on sprint, arm way above his head, and he makes the catch obviously deep enough to drive in the run. That run will go on Jesse Chavez's dinner bill, but great play by Michael Harris nonetheless.
So Minter going to try to get out of the rest of this inning. He'll face the left-hander low, misses high and outside. It's 1-0.
Minter came into the year as the closer with Iglesias on the shelf.
The 1-0. Off the plate wide. 2-0.
Minter kind of doing the mini version of Craig Kimbrell with his arm down before the pitch.
He's doing the mini version of Craig Kimbrell, spitting the bit here lately. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and comebacker to Minter. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out. But the Rangers take a 2-run lead. The top of the order is coming to the plate, so it could be a lot worse.
UFC is an organization. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. That's like saying you do NBA, you do Golden State Warrior.
Today, we're going to talk about the career of Mickey Mantle. In almost 2 decades, he compiled a lifetime OPS plus of 172. This puts him 7th best all time. He won the league home run title 4 times and the league slugging title 4 times. He hit 300 or better in 10 seasons. He was a 20-time All-Star, had 3 MVPs, won 1 batting title, 1 Triple Crown, and also won a Gold Glove in his 18-year career. He played in 12 World Series during a 14-year stretch. Mantle would help the Yankees win 7 titles in his career. He is the only switch hitter to hit 50 home runs, and he did it twice. The 1951 World Series, Mantle would trip over an exposed drainage pipe while attempting to catch a fly ball. In 1969, it was determined that Mantle had played all of those years with a torn ACL in his knee without having it repaired. Mantle finished his career with a .298 batting average, 536 home runs, 1,509 RBIs. He scored 1,676 runs and had 2,415 hits.
Alexander stormed into the majors in 1911, striking out 227 men for the Philadelphia Phillies in his very first season. He would win 30 or more games 3 seasons in a row. He pitched 4 one-hitters in 1915 and 90 shutouts during his long career. He was utterly businesslike on the mound, throwing an arsenal of pitches with pinpoint accuracy. Game after game, he'd pitch in an hour and a half, a teammate recalled. No fussing around, no stalling, no wasted motion. Even the men he struck out so consistently liked it. Between games, he was modest, good-humored, and kept mostly to himself. But then he began to drink.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Unfortunately, he can't lead off with a 2-run home run. The Braves trail by 2. The first pitch on the way from Spores is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Spores with a 2.45 ERA through 14 2/3 innings.
Tampa Bay leads New York 5-2 in the bottom of the 9th. The 0-1 pitch, did he go around? They're going to say he did not. It's 1-1.
Starling Marte got hit in the wrist. He did stay in the game, but trainers were out to check on him. Worth keeping an eye there.
The 1-1 off the plate wide, 2-1.
Here we go. Spores a little wild.
It's interesting. The game's on the line, and the Rays have Adam in the game, not Fairbanks. The 2-1 pitch down below the knees and rattles up against the backstop as it was way wide of the plate. It's 3-1.
Fairbanks fresh off the IL, but had a perfect ERA before getting placed on the injured list.
The 3-1 pitch to Acuna. Off the plate wide, ball 4. He slams the bat down, takes off all his Iron Man gear, and heads down to first with 1 on, nobody out. here in the top of the 8th.
Spores is a 29-year-old, 6'3", 250-pound right-hander out of Washington, D.C. area here, and he walks Acuna.
You think his parents were potatoes?
Man.
The first pitch on the way to Olsen is a slider at the top of the zone called for a strike. It's 0-1.
Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head.
The 0-1 from Spores. Kicks and deals off the plate, and Acuna is running, and thankfully that ball gets away. It's into center field. Acuna's going to stay put. Didn't get away that far. Man, oh man, I thought that throw was going to get him, but a high hopper. That would have been a gut punch. Get something going here and then get thrown out.
Would have been a bang-bang play at second. Down 2, interesting, but he makes it work.
Yeah, I think the throw probably would have got him. Not sure what happened there, but hopped over the glove. The 1-1 to Olsen is swung on and fouled back and hits the catcher, which hits the umpire. Kind of literally a bang-bang play. It's 5-5. Someone must have hit a jack.
Francisco Alvarez.
Yeah, 5-5 in New York.
With 2 outs in the 9th, too.
The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. No, it's not. They're going to make a run for it. Slams into the gate. Now it's out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Smith gave it an effort, but ran out of room, ran out of real estate.
So a 1-2 count to Olsen. Acuna is on second with nobody out. The wind up the pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 2-2.
Olsen looking to get on any way possible here.
If you missed the news last night, Lucas Litgay has began an IL rehab assignment. The 2-2 pitch, top of the zone, called strike 3. I don't know about that one, but there's one away.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one either. It was a little off speeder as it rose to the top of the zone. Might have just clipped it. I'm not really sure about that, but looked like it. Okay pitch.
Ozzie Albies comes to the plate, open stance from the left side. First pitch to Ozzie is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1.
Would be a good time for his first hit of the night. He's 0-3 to this point.
The 0-1 to Ozzie. Base hit would make this a 1-run game. The wind up to pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Spores at 13 pitches. Albies hitting .271 with runners in scoring position.
The 0-2 pitch. Swinging, that ball's hammered down the right field line. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll come to score, and it's a 1-run ball game in Arlington. Ozzie will stop at first. 1 on, 1 out. And your pick to click coming to the dish.
Great job there to keep his good batting average going with runners in scoring position. Makes it a 1-run game. And as we said, no time like the present for the first base knock of the night for Ozzie Albies. Great piece of hitting right there.
Curious, we haven't talked about this yet, but kind of have it on the docket while there's a second. Who's your pick to win the PGA Championship?
I got Xander Schauffele. I think he's got what it takes to.
First pitch on the way to Riley is a strikeout side. It's 0-1.
He's been playing some good golf lately. I'm a fan of his.
I put a couple of small bets down for a few guys to win. Rahm's my pick as the 0-1 pitch is swing and a miss. Outside, it's 0-2. But I also put sprinkled a little bit on Koepka, McIlroy, and Scotty Scheffler.
I like those.
I could see Xander doing it. I need to look at Xander's odds. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Rattles up against the wall. Here comes Ozzie. He is not even touching the ground. He's flying into home, and it's a tie ball game here in Texas.
The pick to click gets a job done there, finds a gap in the outfield, and ties this game. Albies flying around the bases, doesn't look back. It looked like his helmet was going to fly off. He was around at third so fast. Incredible job there by the Atlanta Braves to tie this one, and you see Bruce Bochy coming out too little too late, sadly, for Rangers fans.
Riley at second. He gives the big thumbs up to Tones. Says, man, I'm trying to click. I'm just a triple and a home run away from the cycle.
We'll take what he has so far.
Bochy will get his walker and head to the mound, and I'm assuming we are going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Let's ride.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves waiting on this pitching change. While we do that, Tons, go ahead and hit the birthdays for today. We missed a few yesterday. Just scan them real quick. I want to hit the ones of note. Jack Morris turned 68 years old yesterday, 254 wins. Gabby Sabatini, 53-year-old U.S. Open champion. Thurman Thomas, he turned 56. And today, actually, yesterday was a big one for celebrities. Pierce Brosnan, 70. Tori Spelling, 50. Megan Fox, 37. And Janet Jackson, 57.
Big day.
Yeah, if you're born on that day and you went into the film industry, you're probably a sex symbol. That's the whole of the story there. Today's birthdays is Brock Burke comes to the mound, a left-hander, the 3.71 ERA in a tie ball game, and he'll face Pilar. Pilar takes the first pitch on the outer half for a strike. It's 0-1. Today's birthdays in Major League Baseball, you got Brian Bayo, who's on the mound tonight for Boston. I believe he won. Carlos Pena's 45. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. Riley's got to come back, and it's a 5-3 put out with 2 away. Jose Guillen is 47, if you remember him from the Reds and the Royals. Danny Manning, NBA star, 57 years old, and Tony Parker is 41.
Some good ones today.
Your non-birthday ones. Jordan Knight is 50 from the New Kids on the Block. The first pitch on the way to Darnold is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Craig Ferguson is 60 and recently retired. Matt Ryan, 38. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
CBS new analyzer, Matt Ryan.
I failed to write his years down as the 1-1 pitch is down below the knees. It's 2-1. I had to look it up real quick. Sugar Ray Leonard, 67 years old today. And that's your birthdays.
Wow.
That doesn't
Time
seem
flies.
Sugar Ray? He could play
Time flies.
crap out of everybody. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike top of the zone. It's 2-2.
Brock Burke from Chicago, 6'4", 210 pounds.
So a 2-2 count to Travis. Go ahead, run on second. Get one down, and we got the lead. The wind up the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Darno down on strikes, scuffling a little bit, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board, tie the game. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Good Lord, Garcia's coming to the plate.
That reminds me, I dreamed about your sister yesterday. My sister? Yeah. What do you mean dream? What kind of dream? A sex dream. Oh, that's my sister we're talking about.
You're having sex with my sister in reality.
But that's my wife. I got a contract with the priest. You're having premarital sex dreams.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina, together they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The greatest competitions, I think, in sports is the pitcher and the hitter. Now, I'm going to hit this ball. See, right now, I'm going to be better than you. And this pitcher's saying the same thing. I'm going to be better than you at this particular moment. This is in a pressure situation. So, and you are competing. And it's nobody can help you. Nobody can block for you in this. You got to do it on your own.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves back out there on the field, and Kevin Pillar will stay in to play left field. They came out with the suspension tones of Domingo Germán, 10 games. You know, if they want to stop these guys from putting all that stuff on their hands and whatnot, is the first pitch on the way from Nick Anderson is a fastball, 95 miles an hour, top shelf inside strike. It's 0-1. I think they got to go longer than 10 games because it's realistically just one start.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't his first offense either. We'll talk about that here in a minute.
The 0-1 popped up, can of corn, high in the Texas sky. Making the catch is Olsen by first, and there's one away.
He got caught a week or two ago with sticky stuff, and they made him wash his hands and come back to the mound. That's unheard of, and they kind of got what they asked for, having him repeat the offense.
So Jonah Heim will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, a run. First pitch to Heim is a fastball strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1.
Heim, 27 years old, from Buffalo, New York, 6'4", 220 pounds.
The 0-1 off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
Just wild with Domingo Germán and the Yankees accusing people of cheating, and they're the ones cheating.
The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees, inside 2-1. Yeah, but I mean, between him and Aaron Judge, they really don't have a leg to stand on.
Aaron Judge's eyes are wandering all over the place.
The 2-1 off the plate wide, 3-1.
And their New York radio announcers wanted to come at the Rays with no background for coming at them.
So a 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses, ball 4. So 1 out walk. That's not what you want here in the bottom of the 8th.
The former Ray on the bump, Anderson, has to settle down here, get a double play ball, and get out of the inning. It's possible to do with Robbie Grossman at the plate.
Tampa scored 2 in the top of the 10th. They're heading to the bottom of the 10th, heart of the Mets order with the ghost runner. First pitch on the way from Anderson is a strike right there, about belt high. It's 0-1.
I wonder if they'll turn to Fairbanks here.
You would think they would.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming he hasn't been in already. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, pulled the string on that one. It's 0-2.
And now you got to go get him. You're up 0-2. Don't let him get on base here. Throw a bad ball at him and see what happens.
They did. It's Fairbanks. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Anderson in the dirt, taken all the way. It's 1-2.
I don't mind that as a waste pitch, as you got a couple more pitches to fool around with still here if you're Anderson.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into a 2-2, 3-2 type situation where they can put a hit and run on.
Go get him here.
The 1-2 from Anderson. They're set up outside. Fastball. Got him looking. He got caught watching the paint dry, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, it looked like he started looking for pitches out of the zone there and not swinging. You could only do that for so long. That was a perfect pitch. Painted the black. Anderson gets himself a nice little strikeout.
So time for Sapine after strike number 3. 2 outs. And Duran comes to the plate. Duran, first pitch swung on and popped up. He comes undone. It's a easy catch by Darnode, and that'll end the inning. So Texas gets one on but fails to score. When we come back, Ozuna, Arcia, Harris coming to the plate.
Let's go.
He only has 3 rings.
ACC football covered like no other. Here.
The blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Despite growing professionalism, the Pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is a swing and a miss strike, 94 top shelf, and it's 0-1.
Let's see if Marcel could do something here in the 9th.
The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. Toronto has just hit a 3-run walk-off home run in the bottom of some inning. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they went to extras.
That's incredible against the Yankees.
The 1-1. Swing and fouls it back, sawed it off back behind home plate. It's 1-2.
Mets have men on first and third with no outs, down 2 in the bottom of the 10th.
Braves 5, Rangers 5, top of the 9th. I think that was Jansen, the catcher for the Blue Jays, that actually hit the home run.
He's had a nice little season.
If you had that on your bingo card, the 1-2 pitch, high and just misses. 97, top shelf, just misses outside. It's 2-2.
Alejandro Kirk was supposed to be their primary backstop, but he's struggling.
The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled down the first base line over the first base dugout. We'll do it again.
Ozuna's the type who can give this team the lead with one swing of the bat. Let's see if he can here.
So 2-2 pitch. The windup. Lets it fly, swing, and pops it up. Let's stay in play. Catcher gives chase, but it's going to get just out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Ozuna in his pre-at-bat warm-ups. Looks like he's swatting flies out there.
The 8th pitch of the at-bat here to Marcell Ozuna, lefty-righty matchup. Burke kicks and deals. Swing, and just got a piece of it. Fouls it off his leg, hopping around. Appears to be okay. It's 2-2.
I promise you, kids, that does not feel good. When you play baseball and you foul one off your foot, you might say, oh, you got a cleat. Oh, you might have protection. But, man, that thing comes at such force and such an angle that it really – and the Mets just walked it off with a 3-run homer from Pete Alonso.
Are you serious?
They win 8-7. They implode. The Rays implode. Jason Adams and Pete Fairbanks let up 6 runs on home runs to Alvarez and Alonso.
So that'll bring Ozuna back to the plate on a 2-2 count. The wind-up and pitch. Swing and pops it up. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
That's a gut punch for the Rays. They really blew a chance there.
I think they'll be okay. They're 32-11. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line, but plenty foul into the upper deck. So a 2-2 count. The wind up and delivery. Swing and hits it high in the sky, but not deep enough. Banking underneath it is the center fielder, Taveras, and there's one away.
Taveras is there to put the can of corn away, and it's an easy out. We haven't really seen too many challenging plays arise here for the Rangers tonight. Eddie Rosario made a nice sliding catch for the Braves, however.
So Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1.
Would be nice for the Braves here if they could get the 8 or 9 guy up for Acuna and company.
Yeah, the pressure's really on Arcia because I don't know how Harris is going to fare against the left-hander. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep.
Go!
Back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone.
Wow.
Ding dong, a solo blast, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. 399 happy feet off the bat of Orlando Arcia.
The Braves are looking at the Mets and saying, hold my beer. I don't care what you guys just did. We're having a historic comeback of our own. Arcia puts one into the bullpen. That was awesome.
It's funny, the color scheme as you go towards that area of the field with all the State Farm and the white writing in it, it was kind of hard to pick up the ball.
Mm-hmm.
First pitch on the way to Harris is a high strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Who needs Acuna up when you got Arcia at the plate? That guy is phenomenal.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss strike. It's 0-2.
Would be lovely to get Harris on board for Ronald Acuna.
Wonder if I should say that again. The pressure's on Michael Harris to get on because the 0-2 pitch off the plate wide 1-2.
Home run incoming. We're right in the script here. Hopefully.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris down on strikes, a fastball on the outer edge just could not catch up, and there's 2 away.
And it looks like Bruce Bochy's coming out to the mound, and it looks like they will have a pitching change incoming.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd let the lefty face Acuna. If he was, I just assumed that he was going to walk him. Mm-hmm. So Burke will take a break and hit the showers, and we'll make a pitching change. We'll be back in a quick flash. When we come back, we'll hit the scoreboard for you here on Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Back to Braves Country baseball. Atlanta Braves have just taken a 1-run lead if you're just joining us. Tones Ariel and Mac Magee bringing you the action here on Wednesday night. Tones, forgive me if I'm wrong, but you're back with us next Wednesday as well, correct?
Yes, sir. I'll be here for the 3rd Wednesday in a row and the 4th on the year so far.
You talk about a good one. Got the Dodgers in Atlanta next week.
Every Wednesday keeps getting a little bit better. A little bit better.
That following week, we're going to be out on the West Coast, so that's good. That's going to be a tough one. But these have a lot of fun on these Wednesday broadcasts.
Yeah, they've been a blast so far, and hopefully it'll be a little more fun if the Braves can eke out this comeback victory.
Joe Barlow comes into the man. Everyone for the Rangers has an ERA under 4. Barlow comes in with a 3.86, and the first pitch on the way to Acuna is off the plate wide. They called that a strike. It's 0-1.
Joe Barlow, part-time closer at one point for them.
The 0-1. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-2.
From Riverton, Utah, 6'2", 210 pounds.
The 0-2 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Barlow lets it go in the dirt. It's 1-2.
Barlow looking to keep this at a 1-run game as the offense approaches here in the next half.
It's hard to believe right now if you're looking at the National League wild card race, and it ended today, which obviously we're far away from that. The 1-2 pitch misses high. It's 2-2. It would be Arizona, Pittsburgh, and Miami.
Just how everyone drew it up.
That's right. So a 2-2 count to Acuna. The pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's rattled foul off the shoulder of Heim. We'll do it again.
That's a beautiful thing about baseball. All these teams have an equal chance coming into the season to make the playoffs and be successful.
Raziel Iglesias is warming up in the Braves bullpen. Hopefully he can slam the door. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Acuna. They're set up out wide again. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track. Makes a catch at the wall, and there's 3 outs. That was close. I thought he got another.
I thought he did too.
All right, we're going to go ahead and stay right here with you. Hit the scoreboard real quick and get ready for the ninth inning, Tones, as the Atlanta Braves lead it by 1.
Let's do it.
White Sox lead the Guardians 7-2. That game is in the 8th. Cubs 6-2 over the Astros in the 8th. That game is in Houston. Pirates pound the Tigers. I'll tell you what's so surprising about that is that Erod was on the hill today, and he's been really good.
And did you see how cool that was? Rich Hill and Miguel Cabrera faced off today. They faced in 2005 for the first time. 18 years later, they squared up again.
Oh, really? No, I missed
That's
that.
pretty unique, and that's why baseball is pretty cool.
That's hard to believe that those two had not crossed paths in 18 years.
And it's just wild that probably in Rich Hill's it's just crazy, right? Because he's started.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but what I'm thinking here is Rich Hill's pitched in the American League quite a bit, and he's a lefty. Why wouldn't Cabrera be in the lineup?
Maybe he was down and out in those times, or
that's wild.
That is, but Rich Hill, crazy careers for both of them, right? They've lasted forever. Rich Hill's really lasted longer than a lot of people probably thought when he came into the league.
My God, 18 years since they've met each other. Haley's Comet comes around more often. Rest of the scoreboard, I forget where I left off. Dodgers 7-3 over the Twins. Rockies beat the Reds 11-6. Diamondbacks 5-3 over the A's. Giants 7-4 over the Phillies. That's the good news. The bad news is Mets come back after getting pounded all night long and winning a walk-off 8-7. Blue Jays 3-0 over the Yankees. Red Sox 12-3. They missed the 2-point conversion over Seattle. And Cardinals blanked the Brewers. They're taking it to the Brew Crew. Raziel Iglesias will come into the game. Iglesias try to shut this puppy down. Bit of a delay, but now we're ready back and forth. The first pitch on the way from Iglesias. A fastball on the outer edge just misses. Smith 1 for 3, the number 8 hitter. The 1-0. Fastball misses high and outside, 2-0.
Come on, Izzy. Rein in here.
The 2-0 from Iglesias. Jeez, ball 3 way outside. He's nowhere near the zone.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Hone in. Find yourself.
The 3-0 from Raziel. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 3-1.
The former Red and Angel came over to the Braves this offseason.
He was actually traded to Atlanta last year. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Underneath it for out number 1. Pilar got it.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. First year is their closer, I should say. I misspoke.
And do you know who went over in that trade? One of the pieces. You're going to get a kick out of this because I know you don't follow the Braves as closely as you do the Cubs.
Was it Jesse Chavez?
Jesse Chavez, and then we picked him up on DFA about a few weeks later because he was terrible out there.
I'm just going to guess he was a part of any trade in this point.
Exactly. First pitch on the way to Tavares is a swing and a miss strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Braves do pretty well for themselves trading. They've made a lot of good trades the past couple of seasons.
The 0-1 fouled off. It's 0-2.
Iglesias, Olsen, Murphy. Not many trade better than Atlanta.
Good news is we've got one out. The bad news is we've got to face the top of the lineup no matter how you look at it.
Uh-huh.
And those are some big bats at the top of the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
If Tavares could hit into a double play right now with nobody on, that would be great. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees outside, it's 1-2.
Maybe drop a third strike and get him out at first, and they'll give you both.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball misses wide. It's 2-2.
Just hone him in here. Make sure no one gets on for the top of the order.
So a 2-2 pitch from Iglesias, his 10th pitch of the inning. The windup, the pitch swing, and the ball hit hard on the ground. Backhanded by Olsen. He'll flip it to Iglesias, covering the bag. He'll make the tag, and there's out number 2. We're 1 out away from a heck of a comeback. But here comes the top of the order and Marcus Semien.
And here we go. Power on power here. Iglesias on Semien. Going to be a fun one. Let's hope Iglesias can slam the door.
Righty-righty matchup. Standing on deck is Seager. The first pitch on the way from Iglesias is right there for a strike at the knees. Fastball, bullet right by the caps, and it's 0-1.
I don't get who keeps saying Garcia was traded.
The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 1-1.
For Culberson, because Garcia went from the Cardinals straight to the Rangers.
The 1-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 0-2.
You could tell the Cardinals probably feel bad for designating him for assignment.
We traded for the wrong outfielder. The 1-2 pitch flying inside. It's 2-2.
I mean, yes, unless you're just looking at the past week.
The 2-2 pitch. Did he go around 96 miles an hour? They're going to check down there, and they're going to say he did not go around. 3-2.
I thought he might have went.
For folks who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about the J.D. Drew trade years ago. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And that'll end the game.
What a game. What a comeback.
How about that? Iglesias clicked.
They looked at the Mets and they said, hold on, we're going to do one better than you gentlemen.
Arcia and Ozzy are making out there in the middle of the field. I'm not sure what's going on.
They're looking around like, is the game over?
It's a huge embrace and a little bit more, but you know what? If it brings us a W, you do you, buddy.
Absolutely. What an exciting win.
An incredibly exciting win. Atlanta Braves come back at one point down 5-3. A seesaw battle affair. They were up 2-0, down 3-2, 4-2, and then came back and made it 4-3. And then, of course, took the lead in the 8th with 2 runs or tied it up in the 8th with 2 runs after the run by Texas. And then, of course, Orlando Arcia, the hero tonight, as the Atlanta Braves get the W, and they won't lose any ground on the Mets, who came from behind. They will gain a game on the Phillies, so they'll go to 7 in front of Philly, 5 in front of Miami, as Miami won 6.5 in front of the Mets. Washington lost, so they're 9 in front of them. The attendance tonight, 30,000, pretty good crowd for a Wednesday. 40,000 is seated in that stadium, in case anyone curious about that. 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Texas. Time of the game, just over 2.5 hours in a game that had a lot of, that's a pretty quick game considering all the fireworks.
It really was. A lot of good hits, a lot of good fireworks provided tonight by both first place teams.
What's your walk-off, sir?
Exciting game, exciting comeback. Never count the Braves out. They showed the reason why tonight, and not bad pick the clicks by us. We had Iglesias and we had Riley, both delivered in the clutch and helped bring the Bravos a big victory against a very good Texas Rangers team. It was fun, and I can't wait till next Wednesday when we do it all over again.
And if we don't see Adolis Garcia again, it'll be too soon. All right, we will see y'all. It'll be, Friday night's the next game, 7:20, first pitch, Apple game, but we will have the game here, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. The Mariners come to town, and we get back to the friendly confines and hopefully start a successful, long 10-game homestand against the Mariners, Dodgers, and Phillies. Oof. With 2 starting pitchers on our roster. All right.
They'll make do. Braves always find a way.
Tones, I'm just saying, keep your arm warm. All right, we will see you tomorrow on Braves Country Today, live 3 to 5. Tones will be back with us 3 to 5 on Friday. And how about them Braves? Braves win. Braves win. Braves win 6 to 5.
Enjoy.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, let's move forward, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Thank you.